Good afternoon, everyone. It's about 1:02, and the workshop was scheduled to start at 1. Looking at the number of participants, we can still see the number kind of creeping up a little bit, so we may give ourselves another minute or two before we officially kick things off. So if you bear with us, I'm watching the number of people that have joined the Zoom meeting, and so far we are at 231, which is a fantastic number, and great to see that so many people are joining and taking time out of their day today. So again, a couple more minutes, maybe one or two even, and we'll get things started very shortly. Now to about 2:40. So there are still people joining. I know sometimes it can be difficult to find the right web link and find the right virtual tool that we're using, and so we do want to build in a little bit of flexibility. That being said, we also have a fair number of presentations and commenters today, and we don't want to wait too long. We're up to 250 now. It's about 103, 104. Why don't we go ahead and formally get started? I'll take a quick minute and introduce myself. My name is Eric Ekdahl. I'm the Deputy Director for the Division of Water Rights. We'll go through more formal introductions in a couple of slides. I want to run through basic rollout of the workshop, the order of presentations, comments, how we can ask questions, etc. We also have some opportunities for board members, elected officials, and tribal representatives to introduce themselves too. We'll get to that in a few slides. Let's see, are we on slide 2? Let's go to the next slide. That is slide 2. Okay, thank you. At a very high level, wanted to kind of run through why we're here and what we're hoping to accomplish today. First and foremost, this workshop was scheduled to discuss the contents and reasoning behind a letter that was sent to the State Water Board by the Mono Lake Committee in December of 2022. The letter requests the board take emergency actions in Mono Lake to protect gulls and the formation of a potential land bridge to nesting islands from the mainland. By its very nature, any such discussion of that letter and the requested actions must touch on Mono Lake background, history, the nature of the request, and what defines an emergency and how that definition may change or not over time. We also need to touch on the science and additional information related to Mono Lake before we can consider that letter and any requested action therein. Today is the first public listening session on Mono Lake in many years, and it's an opportunity for both the board, water users, and the public, and in some cases to even become familiar with Mono Lake. There are folks out there that really don't know much about it. In other cases, this is an opportunity for people to become reacquainted with Mono Lake, a topic that maybe hasn't been touched on in a while, but sets and served as a very important kind of environmental decision for California and an important environmental and cultural resource for the entire state. We hope to learn more about current conditions, the history, the importance of Mono Basin and its natural resources. This listening session is also important for board staff to hear from the public and other parties engaged in management of Mono Lake and the surrounding area. So thank you for joining us today, and we look forward to the informative and robust workshop which will follow. Let's go ahead to the next slide. Real quick highlight of the agenda. We'll talk about Mono Lake background. We'll have State Water Board staff present on State Water Board Decision 1631. Then we'll turn it over to a series of panelists, Mono Lake Committee, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, and the Kootzaduka'a tribe to discuss current conditions. We'll take a short break after that, and then we'll jump into potential management actions and then just have a closing discussion and open comment. Let's go to the next slide. Comments will be accepted during item 5. So at the very end, we're asking that everyone hold their comments until that time. As of just moments ago, we did have about 62 presenters who had requested to make a verbal comment. And for that reason, we'll be limiting the speakers to 2 minutes per speaker. If you do find that others have already captured your verbal comments and you're willing to forego your verbal comment and instead send a written comment, we encourage you to do so. The written comment period is open until March 17th. We also have a few speakers that had contacted us upfront, requesting slightly longer comment periods, perhaps up to 5 minutes or so. Those speakers are slated to go first during the comment session. When we get to the point of the kind of open comment session, but also when we go through the speakers and the verbal comments, we do have an order of sequence, and we'll call out the next 3 or so speakers when we introduce each new speaker. That way you'll have a little bit of time to prepare and get ready. If you are joining us via Zoom, please use the raise hand feature so that we know who to unmute and who to unmute as we go forward. We will take kind of a more active role in muting, unmuting, just to help manage the flow and to prevent kind of those weird verbal things that happen sometimes when 5 different people try to unmute and talk at the same time via Zoom. If you're on a phone, a reminder to press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute yourself once board staff have called out your name. We'll only be accepting comments verbally. We're not going to be using the Zoom chat feature, again, just to kind of manage flow and keep ourselves quasi-organized as we go through the event today. Some brief highlights on expectations. Shouldn't need to be said, and I don't think it does need to be said more generally, but worth going through anyway. Just a reminder to treat each other civilly, no disruptions, and please no interruptions as we go forward. If you need technical assistance during the workshop, we do have an email that we're actively monitoring throughout, and it's listed monolake@waterboards.ca.gov. Send an email there. We'll see if we can help you out and do what we can. The workshop will be recorded and posted to the Mono Lake webpage, in addition to any PowerPoint slides that are shown today. Let's go to the next slide. With that, I'd like to do a few rounds of introductions. And first, I'd like to take the opportunity to welcome Joaquin Esquivel, the chair of the State Water Resources Control Board, to provide some opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Eric. And thank you all for your time and attention today and participation in this workshop. I am Joaquin. I'm chair here at the State Board. I have the honor of serving with my 4 other colleagues here, and know that there are a lot of pressures on your time, and that Mono is such a critical resource here for us all. I think that the participation here, number of nearly 300, shows just how critical this watershed is to so many of us. I recently actually had an opportunity to visit Mono and know that it's an incredible landscape and an incredible resource here in a state with a lot of incredible resources. And I know a storied one as well when it comes to how this board protects public trust, balances what are often too many competing needs and what are overstressed resources. I think of the Klamath Basin, I think of the Bay Delta, I think of the Colorado River as well, where here we're all similarly conducting work to understand how best we balance into the future these competing needs. And it isn't easy discussions. There's a lot of technical history and background. There is a lot of different pressures and stakeholders that we have to take in consideration, and historic wrongs as well. So it's not to overpack what is already a really specific thing to here consider, the emergency request. But I think that for all of us, we understand that here's an opportunity for us to continue to understand what that better balance is. And I'm reminded that it is the work that we're doing commonly across our watersheds here, where we do know and understand that climate change is creating pressures on what are otherwise the reliability that even we thought that we may once have had in the management of some of our resources. So thanks everyone for your time here. For your commitment to this discussion, and glad and importantly here trying to keep to my own 2-minute limit then, because this is here a time really to be listening to your opinions, your thoughts, your facts, importantly, around the condition of the resource and how we can all better manage it into the future. So thanks, really appreciate the time. Thank you, Eric, for helping conduct this discussion.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any other elected officials or tribal representatives present that would like to add opening remarks. If you can raise your hand, and maybe if we can call on Tribal Chairwoman Charlotte Lange, who has noted that she would like to make some opening remarks.
Good afternoon, State Water Board, First People, agencies, partners, and community. I'd first of all like to take the time for land acknowledgement. We're in the land of the Kootzaduka'a people, as well as our relatives, the Shoshone and surrounding Washoe tribes. I'd also like you to consider where you are seated today to acknowledge your tribal traditional land people. We are seated at the table today to have our voices to be heard regarding Kootzaduka'a Mono Lake. We are here to talk about protection of the Kootzavi, our traditional stories, our traditional foods, our cultural resources, insects, habitats, air pollution, and most of all, the water level. We look forward to have discussions and actions taken regarding Mono Lake issues and be a part of the decisions in the making process. And we're requesting tribal consultation for the Mono Lake Kootzaduka'a tribe. Thank you, Charlotte, Mono Lake Kootzaduka'a tribe.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Appreciate your comments. I believe Bob Gardner has his hand raised next.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I represent the 3rd District on the Mono County Board of Supervisors. Thank you for holding this workshop today. Mono Lake is in my district and is one of our most significant natural treasures. I see this meeting today as an important and hopeful step to moving beyond past conflict-based approaches and more towards a reasonable solution that meets the needs of Los Angeles residents, but also protects the lake and its important environment. I will have more comments later at the appropriate time on the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any last call for hands raised on elected officials or other tribal representatives? Without having any other in the queue, let's go on to the next slide. And at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Sam Bowen-Bryan from the Division of Water Rights at the State Water Resources Control Board, who will lead us through this next session. Thanks, Sam.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm an engineer in the Division of Water Rights. The focus of today's workshop is to discuss the status of Mono Lake levels in the context of drought conditions and ongoing diversions. And a critical part of that is understanding Water Rights Decision 1631, which I'll refer to as D1631. I'm going to start the discussion by providing the physical and historical setting for Mono Lake, and then give a brief overview of a few key features of D1631. Next slide, please. First, just to orient ourselves, here's a map of the lake. Mono Lake is an ancient saline water body located at the eastern edge of the Sierra Nevada in Mono County, just east of the town of Lee Vining and Highway 395. It has a surface area of approximately 70 square miles. The lake is an important resource for wildlife, the environment, recreation, and the Kootzaduka'a tribe. Mono Lake is fed by several tributaries, including Rush Creek, Lee Vining Creek, Walker Creek, Parker Creek. Mono Lake has no outlet, therefore evaporation concentrates salts in the lake water, which is roughly 2.5 times saltier than seawater, creating a unique environmental setting. Next slide. California has recognized the ecological value of Mono Lake by designating it as an outstanding natural resource water under the Clean Water Act. It's one of only 2 bodies of water in the state, along with Lake Tahoe, to achieve this designation. The lake is an essential habitat for many types of birds. It is a key stop in transcontinental migration routes for species such as the Wilson's phalarope. It is a site of one of the state's largest breeding colonies of California gulls. The colony is one of the largest in the world behind the Great Salt Lake in Utah. And part of what creates the essential habitat is the aquatic productivity of the lake, which supports important species such as brine shrimp and alkali flies, also known as the Mono Lake flies, that have a life cycle uniquely dependent on the conditions at the lake. These species provide a rich source of nourishment to both birds and humans. Next slide, please. So kind of getting into a bit of the history that's been referenced. In the early 1900s, Mono Lake's level fluctuated between roughly 6,415 feet and 6,425 feet above mean sea level. Shown here on the left-hand side of this graph, in 1940, the State Water Board issued water right permits to the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, or LADWP, for diversions from 4 of the lake's tributaries that I mentioned earlier. Beginning around 1941, LADWP began diverting water from these tributaries that drained into Mono Lake. By 1979, the lake had declined by 45 feet, reducing the lake surface area by 30%, exposing the lake bed and doubling the lake salinity and causing substantial damage to the environment, public trust resources, including air quality. In response, the National Audubon Society, Mono Lake Committee, and others filed a lawsuit against LADWP to address the declining lake level and protect gull nests from predator access. In the early 1980s, the lake level reached a historic low of approximately 6,372 feet above sea level. When the lake is around 6,375 feet, a land bridge forms between the mainland and the islands in the lake that provide nesting habitat for California gulls. You will hear from some of our panelists today about the significance of this land bridge. Its emergence raises concerns because it allows predators like coyotes to cross from the mainland to these islands and disrupt nesting gulls. The lake has been below this level for 2 sustained periods before, in the light, as you can kind of see in the graph, the late 1970s to the early 1980s, again in the early 1990s. Next slide, please. In 1983, the California Supreme Court ruled that the public trust doctrine had continuing applicability to all California water rights, including specifically to LADWP's rights to divert water from the Mono Basin, and that Mono Lake's public trust values must be considered in all public agency decisions regarding the use of water that was flowing into the lake. Now, next slide. Public trust doctrine is a legal principle that recognizes the public right to certain natural resources, including navigable waterways, requires the state to hold these resources in trust for the benefit of the people. The Supreme Court's ruling defined the connection between the public trust doctrine and appropriative water rights, finding that they are part of an integrated system of law, and the protection of public trust resources must be considered when determining the proper use of water. And this led to the board to reconsider LADWP's rights that were issued in the 1940s in light of their impacts on the lake's wildlife habitat and other resources. Next slide. In 1994, following more than 40 days of hearings, the State Water Board adopted Water Rights Decision 1631 for the Mono Lake Basin, modifying LADWP's water right licenses for diversions from the tributaries of Mono Lake. The hearing included testimony from numerous expert witnesses, cross-examination of those witnesses, and tens of thousands of pages of evidence, and extensive analysis of the environmental effects of LADWP's diversions and potential alternative diversion amounts. And this was all for the purpose of the board implementing its responsibilities to assess and balance public trust resources. Next slide, please. And so D1631 accomplished many things, but this can kind of be distilled generally into 2 main outcomes. These are stream restoration for these tributaries to the lake, and then lake level restoration. And so the decision amended LADWP's water right licenses to establish fishery protection flows in the 4 tributaries. Subsequent orders from the State Water Board, these are numbered 98-05 and 98-07, developed upon and clarified this stream restoration planning and monitoring requirements, which was largely separate from the lake level considerations, as well as laying out a process for achieving that restoration. And after years of scientific study and negotiations and a settlement agreement, in 2021, the board updated DWP's licenses through order 2021-0086. Excuse our uncreative naming conventions, but these are all available on our website. To include conditions that to kind of implement the stream restoration activities. These updates represented a significant step forward in restoring the stream ecosystems in the Mono Basin, but did not address the issue of lake level. So D1631, again, reminder, issued in 1994, also limited the amount of water that LADWP could divert from these tributaries in the Mono Basin by establishing diversion criteria that were based on lake levels to protect the public trust resources that are affected by the lake levels. So in issuing the decision, the board considered the critical lake level for gull predation and numerous other factors, including the aquatic productivity I mentioned earlier, other wildlife and habitat resources, and as well as air quality and recreation. The board relied on the best available information and tools such as models to estimate how the lake level would recover in response to the changes that were required in LADWP's diversions. And so after this extensive hearing and arguments about different alternatives, the board set a long-term goal to protect Mono Lake and its public trust resources by setting a target lake level. And so this target lake level was 6,392 feet above sea level, and with the eye on appropriately balancing the needs of the public trust resources. And this lake level of 6,392 was roughly 18 feet above where the lake level was in 1994. Next slide. And so as part of this setting a lake level target, D1631 acknowledged that recovery would not be immediate, and therefore determined it was appropriate to apply temporary diversion amounts for LADWP that would apply while the lake level was in transition. So we refer to this as the transition period. The decision also defined long-term diversion amounts that would apply once the transition period had passed and the lake had recovered to this level of 6,392. And so the criteria during the transition period are shown on this graph. The blue line is the lake level since 1994. The red line shown there, if the lake level drops below that red line, exports have to cease. If the lake level drops below that yellow line, LADWP is only able to divert 4,500 acre feet. And then if the lake level is above that yellow line on the graph, then DWP is authorized to divert 16,000 acre feet per year. And so I think it's important to note this would only be in effect until the lake recovered to a level of 6,391, and after which it would operations would transition to what D1631 is kind of envisioned as the long-term operations at the lake. So if we could go to the next slide. The long-term operating criteria that were developed to kind of sustain the lake at 6,392, it set a different set of diversion criteria. And so when the lake is below that red line, which is set at 6,388 feet, there would be no diversions. And then between 6,388 and 6,391, DWP's diversions would be reduced to 10,000 acre feet per year. And then if the lake level was above that yellow line, LADWP is authorized to divert all the water available to it under its licenses up to the full face value of the licenses. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the same diversion allowances in a table form, just to kind of summarize all the numbers. It's hard to keep track of them all, just stating them verbally. D1631 noted that based on the lake level modeling and given climate uncertainty, it was expected that the target lake level would be achieved in approximately 20 to 30 years. The decision stated that if the target was not reached in 20 years, which is 2014, that the State Water Board would hold a hearing to determine if further revisions to LADWP's licenses were appropriate. The 2021 license amendments I mentioned earlier moved the date for this evaluation of progress on reaching the target lake level from 2014 to 2020. And, although those dates have passed, the lake level hasn't recovered to that target lake level, and we remain in the circumstances of the transition period today. And that kind of concludes my overview, and I'm going to hand it back to Eric, who will introduce the next item.
Thank you, Sam. Took me a minute there to turn my video back on. The next speaker for our agenda item, we'll invite our panelists. And the panelists again are Mono Lake Committee, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, and the Kootzaduka'a tribe, who requested to kind of wrap up the set of panelists. We will first turn it over to the Mono Lake Committee, represented by Jeff McQuilkin, who's the Executive Director of the Mono Lake Committee, and also joined by Ryan Burnett, the Sierra Nevada Director for Blue Point Conservation Science. And Jeff, Ryan, welcome.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Good afternoon. I'm Jeff McQuilkin, Executive Director of the Mono Lake Committee. We are a nonprofit citizens organization with 16,000 members, founded 45 years ago to protect and restore Mono Lake. I'm joining the workshop today from Lee Vining, located close to the shores of the lake and on the homelands of the Mono Lake Kootzaduka'a people. Next slide, please. In December, the committee asked the State Water Board to take emergency action to deliver more water to Mono Lake due to the lake's perilously low level. The committee and others were specifically concerned about the increasing risk of coyotes accessing the islands in Mono Lake where California gulls nest. Now, as it turns out, Mother Nature took some immediate action for us, surprising us all with 6 weeks of memorably wet weather in December and January. Next slide. The wet winter means the lake will rise this year, and we recognized changed circumstances reduced the need for action before April 1st. At the same time, we have all seen this movie before. After the wet 2017 winter, the lake rose multiple feet, but the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power continued its water diversions, and those gains in lake level were lost in subsequent years, returning us to the crisis we are here to discuss. Next slide, please. Today, the lake surface elevation remains below 6,380 feet, and melting snow won't significantly affect lake level until summer. Thus, work is proceeding to install the temporary electric fence across the land bridge necessary to protect the gull colony. Building fences on exposed lake bed highlights that after 30 years, the protections established in Decision 1631 have not been delivered. To make sure we're not back here next spring or the spring after that, with emergency topic after emergency topic, action is needed. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss this urgent situation, and I am joined today by Ryan Burnett, who is the Point Blue Conservation Science lead California gull researcher at Mono Lake. Next slide. Sam gave a great summary. I'll just touch on a little bit of background. Mono Lake is a saline lake, twice the size of San Francisco, supporting a unique and highly productive ecosystem. The lake's brine shrimp and alkali flies serve as an essential food source for millions of migratory and nesting birds, making it a critical stop on the Pacific Flyway. The lake's mysterious tufa towers and scenic qualities draw visitors from across the world, benefiting the local economy and the Mono County community. The lake has a long resume of recognitions of its significance, including that it is a California state reserve, surrounded by a congressionally designated scenic area, and is one of only 2 outstanding national resource waters in California. Next slide. In the early 1940s, the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power began diverting Mono Lake's tributary streams and exporting that water to Los Angeles. Deprived of inflow, the lake shrank in size. By 1982, it was half as big and twice as salty. Its unique ecosystem was on the verge of collapse. Exposed lake bed was polluting the air with dust, and coyotes were able to walk out to the once safe gull nesting islands. These diversions also severely impacted the cultural resources of the Kootzaduka'a tribe, and I appreciate the tribe will be presenting today and that the board is taking its racial equity policy seriously. From the committee's perspective, the tribe must be meaningfully involved in Mono Lake proceedings and hearings going forward. Next slide. As Sam has just explained, in 1994, the State Water Board issued Decision 1631 to stop the damage and restore the lake to health. The central requirement is to raise Mono Lake to a surface elevation of 6,392 feet above sea level as a nature-based solution to protect a broad array of public trust resources. The decision reduced excessive LADWP water diversions in order to put more water into the lake and allow it to rise. Next slide. So let's take a closer look at this history. I brought my own graphs as well. This is a graph of lake level over the past 85 years, and there's a lot in these graphs, so let me highlight just a couple things. First, at the left, you can see the precipitous decline in lake level once water exports began in 1941. As of now, in total, LADWP has diverted 3,600,000 acre-feet of flow from the streams and 500,000 acre-feet of groundwater. Now, if you note the dotted line toward the top of the graph, you can see the level of the lake if there had been no diversions. The lake would have maintained its naturally fluctuating pre-diversion level, even through climate change whiplash between wet and dry extremes and the recent droughts. Let's also look at the shaded right-hand portion of the graph that shows the 30 years since D1631. And you can see the initial rapid rise toward the protection level shown as a dashed line there. But then the lake stops progressing. Gains in wet years are not retained. In the past decade, the lake has fluctuated around the 6380 level. This is a clear illustration of the problem. With LADWP continuing to maximize allowed diversions, the lake is not rising to 6392. Next slide. So in 1994, what did the board expect that Decision 1631 would make happen? Well, there was really a package. The board expected that the lake would rise to 6392 as a healthy level in a, quote, reasonable amount of time of about 20 years, and with limited stream diversions compatible with that plan for raising the lake provided to provide water to Los Angeles. So let's take a look at how this package of expectations is done. Has it been met? On the next slide, please. It really hasn't been. Today, Mono Lake is only 25% of the way to the healthy level. 29 years have gone by, including the expected 20 years, the 6-year extension, and even more years after that. In contrast, for water diversions, LADWP has maximized its allowed stream diversions every year since 1994, including the wettest years when alternative sources were abundant. As a result, it has diverted all of the water that D1631 expected and more. We're here today because the board's expectations for how D1631 would protect the lake have not been fulfilled. DWP has received all the water it was allotted, but Mono Lake has come up short. Because the lake remains low, the problems of the past are the problems of the present. The time is now to put the lake onto a rising trajectory and achieve the protections promised in D1631. Next slide. Before I hand the presentation to Ryan, let me address some apparent confusion about one of the symptoms of a low lake level, and that is the land bridge. LADWP in its January letter asserts that, quote, there is no land bridge, unquote, at Mono Lake, defying the existence of the 500-acre landscape feature I can see out the window here today. Next slide. The land bridge is the large swath of lake bed that was exposed as Mono Lake fell due to water diversions. In this picture, it's the large light-colored area of land in the center. This image was taken at a lake level of 6,383 feet, so that's about 4 feet higher than the lake is today. The land bridge is located between Black Point and the North Shore and Nedged Island. The California gull nesting islet of Twain and others are visible on the right. Next slide. As the lake falls, the land bridge increases in size. Here at lake level 6381, the land bridge has grown to about 350 acres and is forming a full connection to the North Shore. Next slide. Evidence indicates a high risk of predators using the land bridge to reach the nesting islands when the lake surface is below 6380. At very low levels like 6375, predators can walk across the land bridge with dry feet. At last December's lake level of 6378.3 feet, which is shown here, predators can walk the land bridge to access the islands by wading or swimming across the shallow water at the southeast edge. Next slide, please. The flat land bridge edge changes in size significantly in response to small lake level variations. A 1-inch lake level gain, for example, increases island separation from the land bridge by 30 feet or more. So I'd like to turn it over to Ryan Burnett now to talk about the significance of Mono Lake and the nesting islands for California gulls.
Thanks, Jeff, and thank you, board, for the opportunity to present to you today. I am Ryan Burnett. I'm the Sierra Nevada Director at Point Blue Conservation Science. Point Blue is a nonprofit organization, and our mission is to conserve birds, other wildlife, and ecosystems through science, partnerships, and outreach. We have led the Mono Lake California Gull Project for the past 40 years. The California Gull Project represents one of the longest continuous demographic studies of water birds in North America, with data having been collected annually since 1983. Sorry, I just have to toot our horn a little bit on that one. I think it's useful to quickly provide some background on California gulls. Their range is limited to Western North America, where they primarily breed at inland lakes in the Intermountain West, in particular saline lakes. The species breeding population is estimated at about 400,000 birds. Sorry, next slide. Go again, next slide. Thank you, sorry about that. I forgot to advance. I'm advancing my own. The California gulls population is estimated at 400,000 birds, with nearly half of those occurring at 3 large colonies. Mono Lake, which supported 45,000 breeding birds in the mid-1990s, but 28,000 today. The Great Salt Lake in Utah, where as many as 100,000 birds breed. And in recent years, a population has exploded in the South San Francisco Bay, now numbering nearly 50,000 breeding birds. Next slide. Over the course of our study, all of which has occurred during relatively low lake levels since diversions were occurring, the number of nesting gulls has significantly declined. That decline on average has resulted in 285 fewer nests per year over the last 40 years. Next slide. One of the major threats to California gulls at Mono Lake is terrestrial predators accessing nesting islands, in particular coyotes. California gulls nest in large colonies on the ground and are highly susceptible to terrestrial predators. In their 2000 publication on the status of inland nesting gulls in California, my colleague Dave Shuford and his co-author Ryan concluded the predator-free nesting islands was the greatest need for ensuring healthy populations of inland nesting gulls in California. We can look to several incidents in the past as informative to understanding the risk and impact of coyotes accessing nesting islands at Mono Lake. Up until 1979, the majority of the gull population nested on Nedget Island. With the low lake levels in the late 1970s, Nedget became connected to the land by the land bridge. Coyotes raided the nesting colony, and in 1980, the gulls abandoned Nedget Island and began nesting on the much smaller islets around the lake. To this day, that coyote disturbance 40 years ago has shaped gull nesting distribution at Mono Lake. Next slide. We know that coyotes have accessed Nedget when it is land bridged, but in 2016, when lake levels dropped to 6378.2 feet above mean sea level, we confirmed recent coyote scat and tracks on Nedget Island and the adjacent Java Islet. In 2015, Java had 439 nests, but in 2016, there were only 60 nests and they produced only 2 young. The remaining nests failed. Since that time, Java Island has been abandoned. You can see Java here in the middle of this image. A similar event occurred in 2014 when the old Marina Islands became land bridged at similar lake levels to today. Nests were raided by coyotes and gulls have not returned to those islands to breed. Those 2 islands supported 9% of the Mono Lake California gull nests in 2013 and 0 since. Predator access to nesting islands is a major threat to California gulls at Mono Lake, and that threat has been realized at lake levels similar to what they are today. Once coyotes discover the bounty on these islets, the incentive to return will be great, and there are no other predator-free islands for the gulls to flee to. Next slide. I think it's also useful to provide a little bit of context about the other main breeding colonies for California gulls in the world, in order to understand the importance of Mono Lake for this species. Scientists are warning that Great Salt Lake may dry up in less than a decade and is on the brink of food web collapse as salinity levels continue to rise. Emergency measures are being enacted to keep higher saline areas separated from lower ones to save part of the lake. Many gull nesting islands have been land bridged, resulting in colony abandonment. Gulls are facing dire threats to their viability at Great Salt Lake. Next slide. In South San Francisco Bay, the population has exponentially grown in recent decades. The gulls here are using artificial salt ponds that mimic their preferred saline lake breeding habitat and are also feeding at nearby landfills. While California gulls are overwintered historically in the Bay Area, they do not breed here. They have become a nuisance, preying on nests and young of other water birds. Much of the salt pond habitat they are tied to is being converted back to tidal marsh. In fact, the largest colony was displaced recently as levees were breached as part of this restoration, and their nesting areas were flooded. Continued removal of salt ponds, sea level rise, and the desire to protect other nesting birds make this population's viability uncertain. Next slide. In summary, nearly half of the breeding population of the species occurs at these 3 locations, and all are currently at risk. Mono Lake likely represents the single best place for California gulls to nest. Ensuring predator-free nesting habitat and a productive lake ecosystem is critical to their long-term viability. The species was removed from the California Bird Species of Special Concern list in 2008. The authors stated the reason was, and I quote, "In addition to its increasing numbers, the California gull was not included on the current list because the main threat to the breeding population was reduced by a state water board order that will maintain lake levels at Mono Lake that will protect the state's largest colony from ground predators." With that, I'll pass it back to Jeff.
Great, thank you, Ryan. And next slide, please. So to wrap up the discussion about the risk of predators disrupting the nesting gulls, and I think it's important to highlight that predators, coyotes in particular, can swim and wade, and that's part of the equation here. It's important to remember that the State Water Board studied this issue, evaluated the risks, and has already concluded that Mono Lake needs to be at or above 6384 to protect the nesting gulls in particular. Next slide, please. So what is the committee asking for today? Well, the wet winter will raise the lake a couple feet this year, so we're really focused on what happens next. We all know dry years lie ahead, and 6 wet weeks is not a management plan, nor is it a remedy to 80 years of LADWP water diversion impacts. The board must act to preserve the lake level gains of this and any future wet year. Suspending diversions until the lake rises to a healthy level will accomplish this. LADWP will be able to resume diversions after the lake rises, and along the way will continue to benefit from its export of Mono Basin groundwater. So we're asking the board to hold the hearing required by Decision 1631 to change the diversion rules and to hold that hearing this year. Given the scope, the narrow scope of such a hearing, we believe the board has access to the data and the established hydrologic models it needs to proceed, and that participants could be ready to present proposed changes and evidence within 6 months. We asked the board to implement stream diversion suspension before April 1st, 2024, when LADWP will otherwise, most likely, quadruple the amount that it diverts. Next slide, please. We don't make this request lightly. We understand that LADWP is concerned about a change to the status quo, even though the 4,500 acre feet of water in question this year is less than 1% of the city's annual supply. We understand that the board is busy, but this is an emergency for Mono Lake, which by this board's own determination must be 12 feet higher than it is today to protect public trust resources. LADWP has many water sources in its portfolio, and Los Angeles leaders have made significant commitments to rapidly implementing environmentally responsible local supply projects such as stormwater capture, turf replacement, conservation, and water recycling. Mono Lake has only Mono Basin precipitation for supply. Next slide. We're confident that Los Angeles can offset additional water that the board requires flow to Mono Lake with sustainable local sources. In the past, tens of millions of dollars of state and federal funding have gone to LADWP for this very purpose. That's why over the past year, the committee has repeatedly asked LADWP to work with us again to secure more local supply funding for Los Angeles. One great potential project inspired by past successes is direct install water conservation programs focused on low-income communities, where water savings and monthly bill savings are joint benefits. So far, LADWP has refused to join us, but we do understand an application from Los Angeles exists for over $100 million in state funding, and we're confident it can help Los Angeles help Mono Lake. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, let me just share that I was fortunate to be in the state capitol in 1994 to witness the board's unanimous vote to adopt Decision 1631. It was a momentous day, and the board received a rare standing ovation from the crowded audience. It was said in 1994 that the decision would save Mono Lake, and that promise is still in the words of the document. Now is the time to show that words have meaning, show that California's landmark commitment to Mono Lake and the public trust is real. The current low lake crisis shows us that quick board action is needed to put the lake back on the rise, to fulfill the expectations of the Mono Lake decision, and to turn those words into water to save Mono Lake. Thank you for your time today for this important discussion.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Ryan. And thank you, Mono Lake Committee, for the presentation. Moving right along, we'll turn it over to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. We'll note that please hold questions until the comment session in session 5. I know that some folks do have their hands raised. We'll get to those in the public comment session and the verbal comments later in the workshop. For CDFW, I'd like to invite up Elisa Ellsworth, Environmental Program Manager, and Robert Hughes, Senior Engineer from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Good afternoon. I'm Elisa Ellsworth, Environmental Program Manager with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, here with Robert Hughes, Senior Engineer, to speak on the current conditions at Mono Lake and their implications for public trust resources. Next slide, please. CDFW's role is California's trustee agency for fish and wildlife resources. CDFW has jurisdiction over the conservation, protection, and management of fish, wildlife, and native plant species, and the habitat necessary to maintain biologically sustainable populations of these species. CDFW has a responsibility to protect public trust resources and uses, including fish and wildlife in the Mono Basin. CDFW participated in the 1993-94 water right hearing to amend water right licenses 10191 and 10192. And CDFW provided evidence and testimony, including stream flow recommendations, to protect various public trust resources in the Mono Basin. CDFW is a party to the 2013 Mono Basin Settlement Agreement regarding stream restoration and is an active member of the Mono Basin Monitoring Administration Team. Next slide, please. Mono Lake's current elevation is 6379.3 feet above sea level, which is more than 12 feet below the public trust lake level. This current lake level is about 4.5 feet above the 1994 level when Decision 1631 was adopted, which is slightly more than one wingspan length of a California gull, which has a wingspan of about 4 feet. Mono Lake is not rising as predicted to the lake management level of 6392 feet above sea level. Next slide, please. The Mono Lake California gull population is significant as it's one of the 3 largest breeding colonies in the world and the largest natural breeding colony in California. Lower lake levels present a threat to the Mono Lake California gulls and the nesting colony because it provides coyotes the opportunity to swim to the islets where the California gull nesting colonies occur and increases the risk that the land bridges could be exposed that provides predators direct access to the islets. The electric fence is a deterrent, but not effective 100% of the time, and the entire breeding colony is spread out over several islets, thus making it too large of an area to be fenced completely. California gulls are long-lived and have a good memory and will abandon their nesting colonies after a predation event, as demonstrated by the 1979 and 2016 events. There are limited places for the California gulls to go that would provide them an alternative successful breeding area. The gulls require a hypersaline environment, all of which are currently either at risk or already occupied or are already home to more aggressive gull species that would be in direct competition with the California gulls, or in an area where they didn't occur originally, but their more recent introduction to those habitats are in areas that support special status species that are preyed upon by California gulls, such as in the South Bay location. To summarize, fencing in combination with higher lake levels would be more protective of the breeding California gull colonies at Mono Lake. And CDFW is available to collaborate with the State Water Board, the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, and other parties on potential solutions to protect Mono Lake's public trust resources. Next slide, please. The high salinity and alkalinity of Mono Lake have given rise to a unique ecological system of lake-dwelling invertebrates, the brine shrimp and the alkali fly, that provide food for large numbers of migrating and nesting birds each year. Lower lake levels contribute to higher salinity, which can affect the survival, growth, reproduction, and hatching of brine shrimp, a main source of food for migratory bird species in California gulls. In a study by Sierra Nevada Aquatic Research Lab's Dr. David Herbst, Mono Lake's most common insect, the alkali fly, was monitored closely as to its survivorship in relation to fluctuation in Mono Lake's salinity and changing lake level. He stated, increased salinity has direct effects on the alkali fly, such as lower survival, slower growth, reduced size and maturity, and delayed reproduction. An indirect effect on flies is also exhibited in the decreased growth rates of some of their algal food sources when exposed to increased salinities. Achieving the public trust lake level mandated by the State Water Board will likely benefit gulls and ensure the food supply in the form of brine shrimp and alkali flies for migratory birds and nesting California gulls. Next slide, please.
Good afternoon. I am Robert Hughes. I'm a senior hydraulic engineer, and I've been doing water resource modeling for CDFW for nearly 20 years. A lake level of 6,384 feet is the minimum level necessary to protect the Mono Lake California gull population from predation, as identified in D1631. However, a lake level of 6,392 feet is protective of all public trust resources, as the State Water Board also concluded in D1631. Action must be taken this year to protect public trust resources by raising the level of the lake. If the hearing on water diversion criteria required by Condition 9D of the amended licenses cannot be held this year, the State Water Board should consider taking other immediate action under Term L of the amended licenses, where the Water Board may exercise its continuing authority to protect public trust resources. An interim action to raise the lake elevation to 6,384 is the minimum level needed to protect the gulls. A more protective interim measure of all public trust resources would be to implement post-transition water diversion criteria until the amended license Condition 9D hearing is completed. Next slide, please. The horizontal lines on this chart show the public trust elevation of 6,392 feet and the potential predator access level of 6,380 feet. The shaded areas show the California gull breeding season. The blue line on this chart shows the observed water surface elevation of the lake and demonstrates the risk of not taking action to protect Mono Lake. During the extended drought from runoff year 2012 through 2016, the elevation of Mono Lake declined to around 6,378 feet during the gull breeding season. At this lake level, there was evidence of that coyotes had accessed Java Islet, including scat and nest predation. Fortunately, runoff year 2017 was one of the wettest years on record and allowed the lake elevation to increase above the threshold of immediate concern. However, we saw a similar trend in lake level during this most recent drought. Without additional action to protect the level of Mono Lake, we should expect Mono Lake to again drop below the threshold of concern during a subsequent drought sequence. This slide also demonstrates that after more than 28 years, Mono Lake is not on a path to reach the public trust lake level of 6,392 feet under the current water diversion criteria. Next slide, please. In decision 1631, the State Water Board concluded that a lake level of 6,384 feet would protect the gulls from coyote access and would maintain a buffer for continued protection during periods of extended drought. Next slide, please. The State Water Board continued, a water level of 6,390 would completely inundate the land bridge from Nedget Island and the shore and would provide additional deterrence to potential terrestrial predators. Next slide, please. Conditions 14B2 and 15D of LADWP's amended water right licenses require the licensee to share a locked copy of their eStream model with the State Water Board and settlement parties. To date, LADWP has not provided access to this tool. As such, CDFW developed a simple simulation tool using publicly available data, including lake level readings from the Mono Lake Committee, export volumes from LADWP's annual water use reports filed with the State Water Board, and the Pelagos Corporation bathymetry presented in Appendix A of the 1993 Mono Basin EIR. Essentially, DWP exports were added to the lake volume associated with the observed beginning of month lake levels, and a new lake level was calculated based on the Pelagos bathymetry. This analysis does not include about 5,000 acre-feet of Mono Basin groundwater accretions that LADWP captures in the Mono Craters Tunnel and delivers to Los Angeles each year. Before moving on to the next slide, I'd like to note that CDFW encourages the use of eStream, which was previously accepted by LADWP and the settlement parties. Next slide, please. This simple simulation tool was applied to the extended drought period from runoff years 2012 through 2016. Coincidentally, the observed elevation of Mono Lake on April 1st, 2012 was 6383.95 feet. The horizontal lines on this chart show the public trust elevation of 6392 feet, the Gull protection threshold of 6384 feet, and the potential predator access level of 6380 feet. The shaded areas again show the California gull breeding season. The blue line reflects the observed lake elevations, and the green line shows the simulated lake level. This chart shows that even if all potential lake level gains had been preserved and delivered to Mono Lake, the lake level would still have dipped below the 6380-foot threshold, where there is concern about predator access to the nesting California gull colonies. However, the lake level would not have dipped as far below 6380, nor as often, and the largest dip would have occurred outside of the breeding season. In addition, there would have been a larger buffer against future droughts like the one we're currently experiencing. This high lake level would have helped to protect the Mono Lake California gull population and would have moved the lake closer to the public trust lake level. This helps demonstrate the importance of taking immediate action to raise the lake level to protect public trust resources. Next slide, please. One of the questions the State Water Board's questions to consider was, how will recent precipitation affect lake levels in 2023 and beyond? While CDFW does not have access to a tool that will allow us to forecast possible future lake level changes, we can compare 2023 conditions to recent similar conditions. This chart compares the Gem Pass snow pillow, which is high in the Mono Basin, and the Lee Vining snowfall between water years 2017, among the wettest water years, and 2023 to date. 2017 conditions are shown in blue, and 2023 conditions are shown in green. As we can see, current snow conditions are ahead of where they were on this date in 2017. In addition, according to LADWP's latest Eastern Sierra Precipitation Conditions Report, the Gem Pass snow pillow is 209% of normal for this date and is already 145% of normal for April 1st. Next slide, please. In this slide, we are comparing the observed elevations of Mono Lake during calendar year 2017, represented by the blue line, to the recent lake level measurements in January and February of this year, represented by the green line. We can see that Mono Lake is currently about 1.5 feet above the level in 2017, again, among the wettest water years. While not predicting the future, if this trend continues based on 2017, we shouldn't be surprised to see the elevation of Mono Lake remain about 1.5 feet above 2017 levels. This suggests an elevation of just less than 6380 by April 1st and a maximum elevation of around 6383 feet near the end of summer. This is great news for the gulls, provided we can preserve the gains expected this year. Next slide, please. Again, using CDFW's simple tool to continue the simulation through the end of 2022, this chart demonstrates the impact of not taking action to suspend LADWP exports and delivering the export allowance to Mono Lake. The observed level of Mono Lake, represented by the blue line, continued to decline below 6380 feet over the 16-month period ending in December 2022. However, if exports had been suspended below 6384 feet beginning in April 2012, the gains associated with the runoff year 2017 and the suspended exports would have been preserved, and the level of Mono Lake would have remained above the threshold of concern during this period, as reflected by the green line. CDFW acknowledges that 4,500 acre-feet is equivalent to about 1/10 of a foot of lake level, and that 16,000 acre-feet is about 1/3 of a foot. However, this chart demonstrates that small increases can accumulate over time. This chart also demonstrates the importance of taking action this year to reduce exports to protect the lake level. As we've learned this year, the weather can be unpredictable, so it is essential to preserve gains when they happen to protect the gulls and provide a buffer against future drought consistent with the board's conclusions in D1631. CDFW encourages the State Water Board to take action to preserve the gains expected this year to protect the gulls and other public trust resources, and to hold a Condition 9 hearing this year to consider long-term actions to protect the ecological health of the lake. Next slide, please. Decision 1631 set an elevation of 6,392 feet as the public trust lake level, and stated that the diversion criteria in Los Angeles's water right licenses were intended to restore the lake's elevation to that level. Next slide, please. The State Water Board goes on to say that an elevation of 6,392 feet will protect multiple public trust resources, including gulls, other migratory birds, and the brine shrimp they feed on. Next slide, please. As well as protecting other public trust resources, including air quality, water quality, and public access. Next slide, please. CDFW recommends that the State Water Board consider interim use of the post-transition water diversion criteria included in Condition 9 of amended water right licenses 10191 and 10192. The post-transition water diversion criteria were included in D1631, and the impacts were previously analyzed during a public review process. In addition, the State Water Board originally anticipated that they would be implemented by 2014. Further, these criteria were accepted as a license condition by the licensee. The benefits of interim use of the post-transition water diversion criteria include providing further progress towards achieving the public trust lake level, protecting the nesting California gull population, and protecting the water quality of Mono Lake. Next slide, please. Similar to slide 14 of this presentation, this slide provides an example of the benefit to the elevation of Mono Lake if the post-transition water diversion criteria had been implemented at the beginning of the extended drought that started in 2012. The gain in lake elevation associated with the 2017 runoff year would have been preserved. Mono Lake would not have dropped below the potential predator access threshold of 6,380 feet, and the lake would be on a path towards the public trust level of 6,392 feet. Again, this chart demonstrates that small increases can accumulate over time. Next slide, please. In summary, immediate action is needed to protect public trust resources from current drought conditions. If the hearing required by Condition 9D of the amended licenses cannot be completed this year, interim measures should be implemented to improve conditions for public trust resources until the hearing is completed. Post-transition water diversion criteria would be the most protective interim measure for public trust resources. At a minimum, interim measures should be taken this year to preserve future gains in lake level and protect California gulls from predation until the Condition 9D hearing is completed. CDFW is available to collaborate with the State Water Board, LADWP, and other parties on potential short-term and long-term solutions to protect Mono Lake's public trust resources. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Elisa and Robert. Next up, moving right along, we'd like to turn it over to the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. Joining us today is Anselmo Collins, Senior Assistant General Manager of the Water System for LADWP, and Paul Liu, Manager of Owens Lake Dust Mitigation Program and Mono Lake Coordination.
Thank you, Eric, and good afternoon, everybody. If we can go to the next slide, please. Perfect. Thank you very much. So the LA Aqueduct is vital to the entire state of California. You know, we already had a DWP reduce our exports from the Mono Basin by approximately 85%. That's approximately 70,000 acre feet of water per year since 1994. DWP remaining water supplies from the Mono Basin provide enough water, however, for approximately 200,000 Angelinos every single year. In addition, the LA Aqueduct water is also a source of hydropower, which is clean, green power that we're able to generate that not only provides power to Los Angeles, but also to Owens Valley, over 6,000 residents in Owens Valley. Also like to point out that purchasing water to replace the Mono Basin supplies would have the potential of impacting our ratepayers in the tune of $44 million on a yearly basis. And which, by the way, 50% of our customers also happen to be in disadvantaged communities. And the last thing that I wanted to add in this area here is that when we talk about supplies, we always hear that, well, you have other sources of supply. And I'm going to talk about that in more in a little bit in a minute. But I do want to mention that, unfortunately, we don't have access to all the other sources of supply that cover all the areas within our service territory. Let's go to the next slide, please. So eliminating the mono-basin supplies jeopardizes the reliability, not just of LA, but of the region. So all the water supplies in California are interconnected, all in the West as well. That includes the three sources of supply to Southern California, which are the State Water Project, the LA Aqueduct, as well as the Colorado River. With climate change and recent record-breaking drought, all of these three sources of supply have been significantly strained, and the pressure of meeting the water needs becomes more and more difficult. And I think everybody can appreciate in this meeting the severe impact that the drought has on the entire state. If LADWP were to lose the ability to export this historic amount of water that we typically export from the Mono Basin area, we would have to purchase that water from a different source of supply that is also fragile at this time, whether it is the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta or the Colorado River system. And once again, as you all have heard, all these systems are threatened as well. In addition, that they also have threatened and endangered species in both of these systems. The drought has already jeopardized the water supply for the entire state, and this could drive that issue even more severely. You probably also heard the challenges with the Colorado River Aqueduct and the Colorado River itself, and the disagreement between the 7 basin states that has taken place right now. Next slide, please. The chart that you're looking at here, this graph that you're looking at, is showing you some of the critical reservoirs that we have that provide water to Southern California. The top two, Lake Mead and Lake Powell, are along the Colorado River, and you can see the downward trend in the volume of water in these two sources of water. The two lower ones are in the state of California. You got Lake Oroville, which is part of the State Water Project, as well as San Luis Reservoir, which is part of the Central Valley Project. And clearly, once again, you can see that they have a declining trend when it comes to the storage of water in these reservoirs. So once again, this reiterates the point that we have a water supply crisis and challenge that we need to look at from a holistic perspective to find a solution. Next slide, please. There are other users also that rely on the Mono Basin water, and I'm just having them listed here for your benefit. So it is not only LADWP that has water rights in the Mono Basin. Next slide. One thing I want to make sure that's really clear, that there is no emergency condition at Mono Lake. The land bridge is not currently exposed. The land bridge was not exposed when Mono Lake Committee sent a letter encouraging the state board to take emergency action. And the lake is not expected, the land bridge, to be exposed either this year based on the current precipitation that we have. The State Water Resources Control Board adopted safeguards in D-1631 to prevent it from becoming exposed. And that is working, and it continues to work. In addition to that, with the current snowpack that we have, and it was mentioned by previous speakers, we expect that Mono Lake is going to rise an additional 2 feet once the runoff season begins. LA Water and Power diversions are not going to resume until more than likely the fall of this year. And like it was mentioned a couple of times before, even if it does, the impact on the elevation of Mono Lake is of 0.1 feet, 0.1 feet. Next slide, please. The slide that you see here is to give you some perspective. On the left side, you're looking at Mono Lake prior to D-1631. So this is before 1994. And at that time, the water elevation during this picture, when it was taken, was a 6375. And you can see the formation of the exposure of the land bridge connecting the islands to the shoreline. However, if you look at the slide or the picture that's on the right hand of the slide, this is with D-1631 safeguards. 6377 is that elevation that is the cutoff point to ensure that there is always protection for the land bridge to not be exposed. And as you can see in this picture, there is not a connection between the land bridge itself and the islands. Next slide, please. Now, here is a picture that's a lot more current. This picture was actually taken February 6th of this year. Besides being a beautiful picture, a beautiful scenery, as you can tell, you can also see very clearly that there is no land bridge being exposed. As a matter of fact, between the shoreline and actually Nugget Island, you see that there's 425 yards of open water that a coyote would have to swim. And at that time, you're looking at least 4 feet deep of water to be able to make it from the shoreline to the island. Now, if you look at Twain Islet, you would see that it would take 750 yards of swimming to get from the shoreline all the way to the island. So you're talking almost 8 football fields long that a coyote would have to swim to make its way to the island. Next slide, please. So we also have heard quite a bit today about the correlation between the elevation of Mono Lake and the nesting population and nesting goal. Well, I want to take a different approach at this. What you're looking at here, first of all, on the right-hand side is a chart that shows 2 things. In blue, it shows the elevation of Mono Lake. In black, it shows the population of nesting gull. And just look at 1992 as an example, when Mono Lake was at a pretty low level. If you look straight up and look at the black graph, you'll notice that the population of the gull was pretty high. And you can kind of see that pattern multiple times. And that's because the elevation of Mono Lake is not necessarily a driving factor in determining the number of nesting gull. It is food availability. That is the primary factor affecting the nesting gull population in Mono Lake. The nesting gull population in Mono Lake has maintained, but overall in California and in the American West, it actually has increased. Also, I wanted to add, by the way, that the nesting gull are predators to the snowy plover, which happen to be an endangered species that is present at Mono Lake. Next slide, please. So here's a quote that I wanted to put up here. And this is a quote by the Point Blue Conservation Science, the 2020 annual report. And it says, in years when the lake level rises, lake productivity lowers. And though nesting islets are free from predators, there are insufficient resources to support large numbers of nests and produce large numbers of young. Let's go to the next slide. So to us, when you read that and you look at the data, once again, what it does, it reemphasizes the fact that there are other factors affecting the gull population and that the food source is it. The best way to explain this has to do with stratification. In years when you have a lot of fresh water coming into the lake, and as you know, fresh water is not as dense as the salt water. So what happens is you have a layer of the fresh water on top, which means now the nutrients that are needed for the algae to form, which is the source of food for the brine shrimp, gets pushed further down into the lake, increasing that distance between the food source that needs it and where the actual brine shrimp are. That is what's impacting the gull population at Mono Lake. Next slide, please. We also heard a lot about the salinity of Mono Lake. And what you're looking at here is a graph that shows you a couple of things. First of all, the salinity levels that are needed to be able to support brine shrimp is anywhere between 70 and 120 grams per liter. The graph that's on the right, on the 2 red lines, show you those upper and lower boundaries that I just described. In the middle, in the blue dots, what you can see there is what the actual salinity level has been in Mono Lake if you measure it anywhere between 1 to 10 meters below the surface of the water. And on average, it's been 83.3 grams per liter, which means that the salinity of Mono Lake is within that boundary or that limit that was given to ensure that the brine shrimp can be supported. Next slide. Thank you. So LADWP has committed to the public trust and balancing the public trust. That was a requirement of the state board when they passed decision 1631. And DWP has committed hundreds of specialists and staff that's been out there day in and day out, making sure that we're able to comply with D 1631. The 4 monobasin creeks that have been mentioned before have been restored and are being protected by the hard work of Department of Water and Power employees. The fish population is thriving. The waterfowl habitats have been enhanced as well. And the department has invested over 45, almost $46 million in ensuring that we protect the habitat. Next slide, please. Now, we also heard about terminal lakes, and we wanted to have an opportunity to show you this. If you look at this graph, what you're looking at, these are Western terminal saline lakes in the area. In the top, you look at the Great Salt Lake. You see in the top right, Walker Lake, lower left, Salton Sea. The one thing that they all have in common, once again, is you see a downward trajectory in the water, water volume that these particular sources of water have. But then when you look at Mono Lake, it's actually pretty flat. And that it tells us that D1631 is working and that Mono Lake is being protected. Next slide, please. Now, LADWP is not only counting on, importing the water, we're also making sure that the city of Los Angeles and the Angelenos are a very water efficient city and customers. For us, water conservation is a way of life in California, and for us specifically. The amount of water that our Angelenos use, or GPCD as it's known, gallons per person per day, is 74 GPCD. That's compared to 91, which is the state average. But we also recognize that we cannot conserve our way out of this. We have had water conservation ordinances in place for the last 30 years. And Angelenos, since 2009, have been limited to 3 days of watering per day. And per week, sorry. And in times like this, when we have drought, we're down to 2 days of watering. Once again, it demonstrates the commitment of Angelenos to ensure that we are being as efficient with the use of water. Let's go to the next slide. So this is a bigger picture of what I was just talking about. What this is showing you here is a histogram that shows the water demand in the city of Los Angeles compared to the population. And this shows that because of the great work that Angelenos have done in conserving, we use less water today than we did 50 years ago. And that's despite the fact that there's 1 million more people living in the city of Los Angeles. So once again, water conservation is a way of life for Angelenos. Next slide, please. As I was mentioned before, I think Jeff mentioned this, and a few other speakers have as well. The department is also making a significant investment in local water supply, not only in conservation, where we have been able to have, like I said, ordinance in place for over 30 years. Specifically, we've been able to replace water-thirsty lawn with drought-tolerant material in the tune of 52 million square feet, just the city of Los Angeles. We have also installed over 3.3 million water-efficient appliances in the city, and that has helped us reduce our demand by 45% in the last 50 years. That's significant. We're making significant investments also in recycled water. We're recycling water from all 4 of the wastewater facilities that the city of LA owns. And we have plans to expand that even further and be able to recycle 100% of the effluent from the Hyperion Water Reclamation Plant, which is the largest reclamation plant west of the Mississippi. Stormwater capture. We have made significant investments in stormwater capture. We've been working collaboratively with the County of Los Angeles in developing additional stormwater capture projects. And our goal is to double our capacity. But clearly, when we talk about capacity, that means there has to be rain to capture. But our goal is to be ready to capture as much as that. And our goal is to get to 150,000 acre feet of water a year of capacity. And lastly, groundwater. As many of you probably know, the groundwater basin in the San Fernando Valley is contaminated. And we're currently working on projects to be able to clean up the groundwater basin and be able to return to full beneficial use of the basin. So we're cleaning the environment and being able to tap in more extensively to that source of water. So that's a commitment that we have to local water supply. Next slide, please. So in summary, there is no emergency. The protections that D1631 put into place are working, and they take into account the protections to ensure that the land bridge does not become exposed. The current snowpack are at levels that ensure that Mono Lake will rise at least 2 more feet this year. LADWP, when we take our exports, and that won't be till once again, sometime in the fall, that will only mean 0.1 feet of impact on the elevation of Mono Lake. The Mono Basin water supplies that deliver water to LA via the aqueduct is enough to provide water for 200,000 Angelenos, 50% of them who are considered disadvantaged communities. Also to point out that the LA Aqueduct is the least energy intensive, the most cost-effective source of water to Los Angeles that allows us also to generate green power. And also it avoids getting water from areas that have a bigger carbon footprint because it has to be pumped to make it to the Southern California area. So further Mono Basin restrictions will cause additional strain on the State Water Project and the Colorado River Aqueduct, which, as you know, are currently being threatened because of the drought, and that also would threaten the endangered species that are in these sources of water. And lastly, LADWP looks forward to continuing communication and engagement with the Kootzaduka'a tribe on the Mono Basin issues that are important to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Anselmo. We'd next like to turn it over to the Kootzaduka'a tribe, and I'd like to welcome Chairwoman Charlotte Lane and Dean Tanena, Vice President of the Mono Lake Kootzaduka'a Indian Community Cultural Preservation Association. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board, panelists, and everyone on the call. My name is Dean Tanena. I'm the Vice President of our Cultural Preservation Association, and I will be narrating the slide presentation on behalf of the Mono Lake Kootzaduka'a tribe. Next slide. The Kootzaduka'a people are the native indigenous people of this land. We have our origins from Kootzaduka'a, also known today as Mono Lake. We have resided in this area since time immemorial. And as the indigenous people, we have a special relationship with Mono Lake that no one else does. Mono Lake has been very generous to our people, providing abundant food, medicines, and cleansing for our people over millennia. And some of the food sources that we take from the lake in a way that's respectful and sustainable are things like the kootzabi, which is the pupa of the brine fly. That was a very important food for our people, and it's a food from which we take our name, Kootzaduka'a, which means the eaters of the kootzabi, which is the insect food that I mentioned just a few minutes ago. We also hunted our waterfowl on the lake itself, and we gathered resources throughout the basin in a way that was sustainable, because we knew that if we over-harvested a particular resource, then that would be damaging to not only our people, but just to the resources in the area, because we know that we're not the only ones here. We have neighbors that would come to visit our area. And so there was a lot of consideration that the tribe engaged in securing a livelihood here at Mono Lake. The water of Mono Lake, the balanced chemistry of the water, was a source of medicine for our people. It was a source of cleansing as well. So we really have a lot of history with this lake and interaction with this lake. Next slide, please. The shoreline around Mono Lake supports meadows and a diversity of plant species that our tribe harvested for food and medicine. Groves of buckberry trees supplied fruit during the summer. Next slide. The streams that feed Mono Lake are life-giving as well. Numerous riparian plants provided food and medicine We harvested willow along the creek banks for our baskets. The streams and creeks in turn were fed by the Sierra and snowpack. Next slide, please. We wanted to return now to Mono Lake to share a bit about our traditions and cultures and how we harvested the Kootzaduka'a. Here we see our women are in the lake. They are using baskets made from willow, and they're scooping up the alkaline fly pupa that are floating in the water. And then they'll take that and they'll empty it into that large conical basket that you see in the center of the slide there. And our people have done this again for millennia. And this area where we harvested has some unique features about it. It's shallow. You can see the women are standing there in shallow water. And this area is also a place where we have tufa columns that are submerged, partially submerged. And this goes into the ecology, which we detailed in our letter, so we won't go into it here. But this combination of suitable habitat for the alkaline fly provided densities and abundance of this food source for our people, so that we routinely went to these areas for our subsistence use of this important aquatic food for our people. But this area was also a place where we would hold ceremonies, where we would have guests from other tribes, regional tribes. They would come to Mono Lake during this time of harvest to have celebrations with us, and our people were able to harvest enough of the Kootzaduka'a to share with our visitors. So it was an important time of connecting with our local tribes and maintaining those good relationships that are needed to live peaceably with those around us. So this area is incredibly important for not only a food resource, but also for conducting our traditional ceremonies with our neighbors in the region. And it was also an important place to transmit our culture to the next generation and thereafter, where we didn't have a written language, and so our teachings were passed down from from parent to child, grandparents, and so forth. And this is how the culture has maintained itself for thousands and thousands of years, just untold generations, uncountable generations. We've done this in this area. So it's really important to the tribe that this information is shared with you, because from our earlier presentations here, nothing has really addressed the human dimension, and that's what we want to show in our presentation, is that humans had an important role in this region, and it's impacted by the water diversions. Let's go to the next slide. So this is the area today where we see that due to water exports out of the Mono Basin and climate change, we see that our traditional harvesting areas have been really severely impacted. This area should have been underwater, and this would have been the area that we would have collected and where we would have hosted our ceremonies and celebrations with our neighbors. And as you see today, much of the tufa columns are not connected to the water. I mean, there are some, but this picture really doesn't show the extent. If you were to look on the horizon, you would just see just acres and acres of exposed tufa that are no longer connected to the water. And therefore, we don't have the fly pupa densities and abundance that we did previously when this system was untapped in terms of water exports. And so this has had a dramatic impact, a negative impact on our culture. We don't have access to these gathering places. We don't have access to the traditional foods that we had We don't have the opportunity to teach our younger people how to go about this practice. And we don't have the opportunity to have these larger gatherings with our neighboring tribes to share our food resources with them and to just maintain those important connections that, as mentioned before, were important for our people. And so this is a major impact to our tribe that, you know, we look at this as an emergency. It's been an emergency for decades, but as I'll talk about later, we've just not been included in the discussions that led to some of the decisions that have been mentioned in earlier talks. Next slide. Another concern that our people have is the exposed alkaline lake beds that have become very hazardous because with wind picking up these exposed lake beds, create a situation where these fine particles are whipped up by the wind and they're suspended in the air. And if you look at this slide, going beyond the island there, you can see very faintly that there are mountains back there. You can see the tips of the mountains, but below the tips of the mountains, it's hard to see anything. And that just shows the extent and severity of these dust storms where these particles are suspended. And, you know, this affects humans, it affects wildlife. We're very concerned about the wildlife in the area as well. So we want to speak for them. And then if you look at the image off to the left side there, you can see more exposed bed and some dust clouds there. That's the area that we had showed previously where our harvesting area is. So there's a double impact here to the tribe where lowered lake elevations has resulted in a destruction of our gathering areas, but it's also made it a hazardous place for us to be, because if we were to go out there and wind in this area can pick up at any time, we could find ourselves in one of those toxic dust clouds. And science, medical science has shown that these particles are damaging to human health. And these are all important things that the tribe wants to share in this workshop, because the considerations are complex, but they're also related. Next slide, please. This is the cover page from the Mono Lake Basin Water Rights Decision 1631 that's been mentioned a few times now in earlier presentations. But the tribe wants to use this as a reminder that the tribe has not been meaningfully engaged in any of the discussions, the workshops that led to this decision. So the state water boards, the environmental groups, the agencies protecting fish and wildlife, and really the other entities that were out there at the time just did not meaningfully engage with our tribe. And so our tribal voice was not heard. Our tribal needs and culture were not factored into the decisions. And so the tribe really feels that we've been left out of this decision. We feel that it's an injustice to our people that was done because, you know, we're within this racist legacy that has, you know, since the day that settlers first came to our area, we've been pushed off of our lands, we've been robbed of our water. So, you know, we've never been really considered at the same level in terms of being humans and having needs within the Mono Basin. And just the fact that, you know, we are the indigenous people in this area, we've never been taken into consideration regarding the needs of our people and our tribe. Next slide, please. And there's a lot of information here, but this is just clips of a 2021 resolution by the State Water Resources Control Board, in which the board has acknowledged a past of racism and racial inequalities in the decisions that the State Water Board has made over time. And what this this is an acknowledgement of that. It's a way to own up to the past of what has happened in this area, but it's also something that is a recognition of past history, but there needs to be more than that. And we see in the next slide where can we go to the next slide, please? There we go. Water resources staff worked with communities to develop a racial equity action plan. And there was a hearing January 18th of this year. And I have a screen capture of the video there, and it shows that Director Sobek is addressing the board prior to the revealing of the details of the racial equity plan. And Director Sobek made some very important comments and recommendations to the board. And one of them being that, as a board, that we just don't check the box on racial equality with this plan or think about it after the fact, that this racial equity plan must be integrated. And these are my words at this point, but the racial equity plan has to be integrated in everything that the board does moving forward. This racial equity plan is not something where, okay, we've got this, we're done. That's not the case. This is just the starting of how the board will move forward in considering all aspects of disadvantaged communities such as ours, but elsewhere in the state, because previously that just had not been the case. Next slide, please. And these are just, the next couple slides are just clips of what's in the racial equity plan. And these are what caught the tribe's attention within the Division of Water Rights, where within their goals, they've specified that they need to be considering impacts to Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities, and tribal beneficial uses and cultural resources are something that is something the tribe is really wanting to see developed more fully as the board moves forward in not only the situation here at Mono Lake, but just throughout the state, that tribal beneficial uses, in our case here, have really never been defined. We've never had that opportunity to really share that so that it could be factored into the decisions involving our people here at Mono Lake. Next slide. Another slide that caught our interest was just the notion of environmental justice, because as we've mentioned before, we in our area have faced an incredible amount of injustice as the Indigenous people of this area. And our plight, our being pushed out of this area has just never been an important thing for so many people who have the position of making decisions that affect people in this region. So we're encouraged to see that environmental justice and enforcement will be a part of what the State Water Board does moving forward into the future. Next slide. And this is just one clip that we wanted to read aloud to everyone because it really captures the situation for California Native American tribes, including us here at Mono Lake, where California Native American tribes continue to face barriers to defining, quantifying, assessing, protecting, and controlling their ancestral lands, water rights, in-stream flows, cultural resources, and beneficial uses. Redistribution of water has reduced or eliminated access to healthy traditional food sources, such as smelt, salmon, freshwater mussels. We could insert Kootzaduka'a in this list, and freshwater plants. Disconnection from traditional ancestral land and water and the unavailability of traditional foods have been linked to serious and pervasive health issues. In addition, low or non-existent stream flows and associated water quality problems impair or prevent water-related cultural, spiritual, and subsistence practices. These injustices are exacerbated by climate change and complex water resource and watershed management. And we thought this paragraph here really captured the situation our tribe is in. And in moving forward, there's just this need to consider how past actions have brought us tribes to this point and how these injustices really need to be addressed. It's not moving forward with, okay, that's our past and we acknowledge that, but it's really thinking about the people that have been disadvantaged through the actions by the board and others within the state. Next slide, please. We'd like to conclude our presentation here with this slide. Decisions regarding Mono Lake have impacts that span generations into the future. Emergency actions are needed to restore Mono Lake before the situation gets worse. Mono Lake has sustained our tribe for generations. Our tribal heritage relies upon a lake that is healthy and strong. And we just want to remind everybody on this call, in this workshop, that decisions are generational. And if wrong decisions are made, they impact us today, but they also impact our people and others into the future. And in some ways, they can actually be more devastating because these poor decisions can build momentum over time. And we're seeing that with Mono Lake, with just this continual lowering of water. It just makes the conditions currently more dire and difficult to preserve our heritage. And we're fortunate in that bringing water back, can solve a lot of our problems. But if it takes so long to do that, then our tribal heritage is at risk because we've lost 4 elders just within the last few years. And it's this elder to next generation approach to teaching. That's very much a time-sensitive thing that the tribe is very concerned about. And so we would just like to remind the board and everyone on this call that there are generational considerations that need to be factored into everything that's been brought forward. And so our presentation has really been more encompassing of the issues. We've got the goal, land bridge, wildlife concerns. We've got the wind-borne air dust health concerns. We've got the tribal access to our traditions and heritage. All of these can be solved by putting water back into the lake. It's the obvious answer that we all know. And so the tribe would like to see not only our viewpoints incorporated into what happens from this point forward, but we need real solutions to preserve our heritage and our culture. And talks of a electric fence or trying to use sprinklers to keep down the dust, those are just unworkable solutions, and they're expensive, and they're supported by taxpayer dollars. We just need to move to the answer that we all know is there, and that's returning water to the lake, because that's the most cost-effective way, and that's just the tribe's position at this point. We thank you for your time and opportunity to share this with you, and that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the section on panels that we have for today's workshop. Next up, we have a short 5-minute break. We recommend that folks stay on the Zoom platform, just turn your cameras and your microphones off, and We'll rejoin, it's, let's see, 2:46 now. We'll rejoin at, let's say 2:53, just to give ourselves a little bit of an extra minute or two. And we'll start with a presentation from the Water Board's Office of Chief Counsel regarding potential management actions. Thank you. We'll see you in a few minutes. Hi, everyone. Well, right promptly at 2:53, we're ready to get started again. We've seen some great presentations so far today and looking forward to the next half or so of our workshop. To kick off the next section, I'd like to turn it over to Julia Nick from the Office of Chief Counsel. Thank you.
Good afternoon. As discussed earlier, the Mono Lake Committee submitted a letter on December 16th, 2022 to the State Water Board, requesting that the board take emergency action to suspend diversions from the tributaries to Mono Lake until the lake level reaches 6,384 feet in order to protect public trust resources. Mono Lake Kootzaduka'a tribe sent a letter in support of Mono Lake Committee's request on December 22nd, 2022. Next slide, please. Some potential management actions the board could take include an emergency regulation, a lake level hearing as provided under Decision 1631, which is Term 9D in LADWP's licenses, an exercise of the board's reserved authority to protect public trust uses under Decision 1631, which is Term L in LADWP's licenses. Further evaluation is needed to determine the extent to which other diversions impact lake level. An emergency regulation would not be the appropriate process if LADWP would be the only party affected. Decision 1631 provides two seemingly more applicable pathways for amending LADWP's licenses. Term 9D provides that the State Water Board will hold a hearing to consider the condition of the lake if the water level has not reached an elevation of 6,391 feet by September 28th, 2020. Term L provides that the continuing authority of the State Water Board may be exercised in order to protect public trust uses after notice to affected parties and opportunity for hearing. Next slide, please. The potential process required in a hearing spans a spectrum. A hearing generally includes notice, an opportunity to be heard, and preparation of a decision or order based on the record developed during the hearing. The hearing notice states the purpose or scope of the hearing and identifies the issues to be considered. All evidence presented in the hearing must be relevant to the issues set forth in the hearing notice. A hearing can include many more steps, such as a pre-hearing conference, field tour, exhibits such as written testimony and technical reports, cross-examination, and legal argument. The parameters of a hearing would be tailored to the due process considerations, including the urgency of the circumstances and the potential deprivation. We'd like feedback on which of the available pathways the board should consider, other available pathways we have not already identified, whether the board should focus its resources on a temporary change to protect public trust uses during drought conditions, or on beginning preparations for the D1631 hearing to evaluate progress towards the lake level target, what data and tools are needed for the lake level hearing, and how much time is needed to develop them. Thanks. And that's it for that section.
Great, thank you, Julia. So that takes us directly into item number 5, which is open public comment. We will be starting with individuals who have previously reached out to us and indicated that they needed some additional time as part of the pre-registration form. The queue is organized in terms of tribal representatives, elected officials, state and federal agencies, and then other interested parties. Again, we do ask that comments are limited to 2 minutes per speaker, unless you previously requested additional time. We'll be calling out commenters by name and we'll request that you unmute at that time. For those joining via phone call, remember it's *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute once you've been called upon to comment. If you have a question for our board staff or panelists, please identify who the question is for. We will do our best to answer, but may need to defer the answering of that question to a later date if we don't readily have a response to it. Again, as we kind of see at the front, we may not be able to get to every question as part of this workshop. And if we do start getting repetitive questions, we may defer and move on to the next speaker at that time. So at that time, let's go to slide 106. I think that's it. We'd like to see if there are any other tribal representatives that would like to speak at this time. All right, not seeing any. Let's go next to elected officials. Are there any elected officials that would like to speak before we move on to inviting state and federal agencies to make a comment?
That doesn't include you.
Yes, I'd like to speak. I don't mind turning on my video, but I don't seem to be able to do that.
We do have the video feature locked. And so commenters, I should have mentioned that up front. Commenters will be providing verbal comments only at this time. But please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Again, my name is Bob Gardner. I come today representing Mono County. We are a large county in land, but small in population, yet we are part of the Eastern Sierra that is the recreation destination for between 4.5 and 5 million visitors annually. We take our natural resources very seriously because we love this place, as do so many others. We care about Mono Lake and its water level for several reasons. As has been said today, it's a critical resource in the Eastern Sierra, home to numerous birds, wildlife, and plants, yet also a popular recreation destination for many visitors each year. Many of these visitors are residents of Southern California, and specifically Los Angeles. This, in many respects, is the backyard for these visitors, and we want all of us to take care of Mono Lake, an important part of that backyard, not only to protect the habitat and environment around the lake, but also to ensure it will be available for generations to come for responsible and sustainable recreation. There is no doubt the continued reduced lake level will continue to hurt the habitat for many species and our local community. This ultimately impacts our local economy as tourists watch this destruction happen and decide to vacation elsewhere. Also, this affects the health of our residents from windblown dust and resulting poor air quality. The recent heavy snowpack, although welcome, will not reverse this trend enough to resolve these problems. I also want to emphasize the need to involve and listen carefully to our Kootzaduka'a tribal members, whose perspective and concerns, as we have heard about Mono Lake, deserve continued consideration. I am hopeful we can move past dueling press releases, aerial photos, and litigation, and actually sit down soon under the guidance of the Water Resources Board to work on a reasonable solution to the constantly reduced Mono Lake water levels. As has been said, the lake has not risen to the projected levels set by the initial modeling from 1994. That's a fact. A new model based on more up-to-date data and analysis is necessary and appropriate right now. What's that classic saying? Doing the same thing and expecting a different result is not the best strategy. So a new approach is needed and needed right now. This means it's time for all parties involved to be open to compromise and good faith discussion. Let's realistic timeline to get the lake level up to 6392. Let's talk about more ways LADWP and all of us can conserve more water. Let's talk about how we can measure progress using information about habitat, tribal, and other impacts. But most importantly, let's hold hearings and work together to release a solution. I grew up in a large family. When we children would occasionally get in a conflict, my mother would enter the room and simply say, "Stop the fighting." That resolved the problem right away. I say to everyone now, let's work with the Water Resources Board to start a collaborative and mutually respectful process and commit to protecting Mono Lake in a reasonable and satisfying way that also meets the needs of Los Angeles residents. Our county board will be also submitting a letter to the board stating our concerns and recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Gardner. We did note that we had about 9 folks with their hands raised, but we weren't able to track who was an elected official or a tribal representative. And so we're asking that if you are, please re-raise your hand at this time, and then we'll provide an opportunity to raise hands again once we get through this next couple sections, if that's all right. We have Mike Lines, and again, if I mispronounce the name, apologies in advance.
Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
I'm not an elected official, so I'm happy to wait to make way for others.
Okay, let's pause and we'll keep you in the queue for later in the presentation. All right, let's move ahead then to state and federal agencies. The next three speakers in the queue will be Phil Kootzaduka'a from the Great Basin Unified Air Pollution Control District. Following Philip, we'll have Stephanie Heller from the Inyo National Forest Mono Lake Ranger District. And then following that, we'll have Rich Adams from the California State Parks. And with that, I'll turn it over to Philip.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Phil Kootzaduka'a. I am the Air Pollution Control Officer for the Great Basin Unified Air Pollution Control District. Great Basin's responsibility is to protect the public and the environment of Alpine, Mono, and Inyo counties from the harmful effects of air pollution. I'd like to start by thanking you for the opportunity to comment and recognizing and expressing Great Basin's appreciation of the State Water Board's efforts to preserve, enhance, and restore our water resources for the protection of the environment and public health as indicated in part of your mission statement. My comments will focus today on two aspects requested by State Water Board staff in the workshop notice. First, I'll discuss Great Basin's thoughts on what was presented by the panelists, and then second, I'll address Great Basin's comments on the 4 questions to consider. The challenges presented by the panelists are significant, but Great Basin remains optimistic that reasonable, viable, and sustainable solutions will be found. One item touched on briefly by Charlotte and Dean of the Kootzaduka'a tribe, and a critical public trust component of Decision 1631 that I'd like to expand on is air quality and public health. These impacts of air pollution, specifically particulate matter less than 10 microns in aerodynamic diameter, this is what we call PM10, and its impacts to public health. Slide number 1 that you see here in front of you, I'm going to talk about 3 things real briefly. It's the what, the where, and the why. What you're looking at here is the exposed shoreline on the northeast shore of Mono Lake on October 22nd, 2022. It's a day during an upscale wind event, and the image on the left is during the higher wind speeds in the wind event with high concentrations of airborne PM10. The image on the right, or after the winds have calmed and the air pollution has been carried away downwind. Where is this? This is a location of Great Basin's Mono Shore Ambient Air Quality Monitor. Why do we see these conditions? What is going on? These PM10 emissions are the result of the City of Los Angeles Department of Water and Power's water diversions from the tributaries of Mono Lake. There's approximately 3.2 miles or 2,050 acres of exposed desiccated lakebed playa that are the source of these PM10 emissions. Next slide, please. There's lots of information on these slides, so I'll only be summarizing them. Here you're looking at the frequency and magnitude of air quality violations at Great Basin's Mono Shore Regulatory Monitor. On the x-axis, you're looking at 22 years of data. Just above the calendar years there on the x-axis. On the plot, you can see a solid flat line that represents the federal PM10 air quality standards. This is also known as the National Ambient Air Quality Standard. On the y-axis is the average concentration of National Ambient Air Quality Standard in blue bars. On the secondary y-axis, you see the number of National Ambient Air Quality Standard exceedances. These are the number of days each year the 24-hour concentration of air pollution exceeds that of the federal statutory level set for PM10 to protect public health. The calendar years circled in red are years Great Basin's Air Quality Monitor at Mono Lake measured the highest concentration of PM10 in the nation. Prior to 2010, all of those years that hold that record are at Owens Lake, which now has significant air pollution controls on the lake bed. The take-home message here is the compounding harm to public health. This will continue day after day, year after year, until the management of the lake level at Mono Lake reaches 6392. Next slide, please. Great Basin has measured 332 exceedances of the National Ambient Air Quality Standard over the past 22 years. This excludes PM10 exceedances due to wildfire smoke events. All of these 332 exceedances of the national standard are due solely to windblown dust from exposed source areas due to the reduced lake volume as a result of the City of Los Angeles Department of Water and Power's water diversion from the Mono Basin. This table reinforces a previous slide pertaining to the frequency and magnitude of air quality violations. But before moving on, I wanted to highlight November 20th, 2009. On this day, air pollution levels were measured at 14,147 micrograms of PM10 per square meter. This is 94 times of that what's allowable under federal law. To put this into perspective, this would be equivalent to breaking the speed limit while driving through the Mono Basin in a 65-mile-an-hour zone, getting pulled over by the highway patrol officer for driving 6,130 miles an hour. Now I'll move on to the second part. This is in response to the questions presented by State Water Board staff in the workshop notice. Great Basin's response to question number 1. The surface elevation of Mono Lake is the primary factor in determining the frequency and severity of PM10 emissions at Mono Lake. Currently, temporary relief is being provided from PM10 emissions due to the snow cover across the exposed playa. However, not all winters have long-term snow cover, and the windblown dust events are frequent in the fall, winter, and spring. Additionally, although the surface elevation of Mono Lake is expected to rise during above average precipitation this year, the lake will still remain significantly below 6392. And as a result, severe PM10 emissions impacting public health will continue. Violations of the state and federal air quality standards will continue. The air qualities at Mono Lake will persist until a long-term solution is implemented and achieved. Great Basin's response to question number 2. The scope of the lake level hearing as committed to in decision 1631 should be narrow, focusing on a reevaluation of the diversion criteria necessary to reach lake level of 6392. In the reevaluation, the State Water Board should scrutinize the recent hydrological and air quality records since decision 1631 was issued. There is no need for reevaluating that lake level determined in 1631. To balance the protection of public trust resources, including air quality with water diversions. Great Basin's response to question number 3, the State Water Board should take immediate action to begin preparing for and scheduling a lake level hearing. Mono Lake remains many feet below the mandated public trust level of 6392, and the harm associated with this low lake level continues. Given the scope of the hearing, should be limited, and it should not be a full reevaluation of the decision. The lake level hearing should occur as soon as possible. Lastly, response to question number 4, State Water Board should focus resources on holding this lake level hearing, preparing the information necessary for the hearing to occur. This should include logistics, scheduling, information planning. The technical information necessary to be evaluated prior to the hearing should be focused on analysis of short-term diversion criteria to raise Mono Lake to the public trust level of 6392 in the shortest time possible. In closing, Great Basin emphasizes the urgent need to move forward with the lake level hearing. Although the emergency situation at Mono Lake that resulted in the scheduling of this workshop may appear to be temporarily relieved by the above average precipitation this winter, it is clear that decision 1631 is not working as intended. Severe air quality issues at Mono Lake have continued and will persist until lake level is high enough to submerge exposed emissive lake bed areas and mitigate the ongoing serious violations of federal air quality standards. The State Water Board's decision to adopt 1631 and thereby restore the Mono Basin is one of the greatest environmental success stories in California history. However, the balance that decision 1631 sought to achieve to protect public trust resources remain unattained. The restoration of lake level, submerging of the exposed lake bed emissive areas, and the attainment of federal air quality standards. State Water Board should take immediate action to prepare a schedule and hold a hearing to protect public trust as intended. Thank you. That concludes Great Basin's comments.
Thank you, Philip. Next up, we have Stephanie Heller from Inyo National Forest Mono Lake Ranger District. Following Stephanie is Rich Adams from California State Parks. Following that will be Mark Del Piero. And I'm going to go off camera, but if you see me reappear, that will be a slight visual prompt that your time is approaching. Thank you. Stephanie, are you
okay
there? There we go.
All right, I think I'm unmuted now.
Great. Yes.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. As introduced, my name is Stephanie Heller. I am the Mono Lake District Ranger on the Inyo National Forest. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to highlight some of the forest concerns for the area. So as the district ranger, I am responsible for managing the national forest lands within the district boundary. But more importantly for this venue, I am responsible for the implementation of the Mono Basin National Forest Scenic Area Comprehensive Management Plan. I have not yet heard any mention of the scenic area today, so I want to explain a little bit about that. The Mono Basin National Forest Scenic Area was congressionally designated in 1984 as part of the California Wilderness Act. It includes more than 76,000 acres of land and approximately 41,600 acres of Mono Lake. This legislation instructs the Forest Service to manage the scenic area in a manner that protects geologic, ecologic, and cultural resources of the area. The Forest Service manages 70% of the relicted lands around Mono Lake. For those who are not familiar, relicted lands are those lands adjacent to Mono Lake between the elevation of 6,417 feet above sea level and the low water lake of the level of the lake as it varies day to day. So to this end, the Mono Basin National Forest Scenic Area Comprehensive Management Plan identifies 4 management zones: developed recreation, general use, limited development, no development. The majority of relicted lands fall into the no development zone. And this includes the islands that are where the gulls nest. So the management for these areas emphasizes the protection and interpretation of natural ecosystems, cultural values, and outstanding geologic features, while allowing recreational, interpretive, and research facilities and opportunities consistent with this protection. Essentially, we manage for natural conditions where only non-surface disturbing activities that minimally impact natural values are allowed. Let's see. So in 1993, during the hearings for the State Water Board that preceded the decision in 94, the forest supervisor testified that there is no proven or feasible method of physical mitigation that could be applied and still be consistent with the primary intent of the federal legislation to preserve the natural scenic beauty of the area, and the direction in the comprehensive management plan, which classified the majority of the relicted lands as a no development zone. Additionally, the forest hydrologists at that time testified that all of the possible mitigation measures proposed to date, with the exception of raising the lake level, are not appropriate or feasible in the no development zone, and are also clearly incompatible with the protection of resources in the scenic area. While these statements were made specifically to speak to the reduction of PM10 emissions, which remains a concern to this day, they can also be applied to other issues, including the depredation of gull nests by coyotes. Because of the restrictions required by the Scenic Area Comprehensive Management Plan, raising the lake level is to date the most feasible approach identified to protecting this outstanding natural resource. In addition to these concerns for the scenic area, I would like to highlight a few of the significant investments that the Forest Service has made recently in this area. In February and March of 2020, the Inyo National Forest partnered with the Mono Lake Committee and volunteers to conduct a series of weed treatments on Twain Island that included hand removal and prescribed burning. These treatments dramatically reduced stands of invasive weeds called that had spread across Negat Island in recent years, severely reducing the available nesting habitat for the California gulls. As a result of these treatments, significant increases in the number of gulls nesting on the island was observed later that same year, and we would hope that lake levels would be preserved to help protect this island so that we can continue these restoration efforts.
Thank you, Stephanie. That's the 5-minute mark.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Rich Adams from California State Parks, followed by Mark Del Piero, who has requested 5 minutes, and Joseph Gell from the Smithsonian Institution National Museum of Natural History, who has also requested 5 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, my name is Rich Adams. I am the Natural Resources Manager for the Sierra District of California State Parks. I'm here to represent Mono Lake Tufa State Natural Reserve. California State Parks manages some of the most significant lands from a visitor access, resource stewardship, and public education perspective around Mono Lake, including Navy Beach, Simon Springs, Tufa Towers, public boardwalks, and some of the island areas in Mono Lake. At Mono Lake and all state park units, we work to preserve biological diversity and promote natural resources as a matter of our mission and our public trust responsibilities. We manage for the overall health of the Mono Basin ecosystem. Our investments in the Mono Basin include many years of bird monitoring, including the lake's populations of osprey, phalaropes, California gulls, and many other species. The California gull colony at Mono Lake is at high risk due to current low lake level at about 6,380 feet. Even with the precipitation just received in January, we are planning to deploy emergency fencing this year to protect gull nesting from coyote predation. We have deployed fencing once before in 2017. The fencing may not save the gulls, and we consider it a temporary emergency measure. California State Parks has long supported the 1994 order by the State Water Resources Control Board to protect Mono Lake, and we support the commitment to maintain a lake level at an elevation of 6,392 feet. The first step, of course, will be achieving that minimum and already agreed upon lake level, not just for the wildlife, but for the entire saline lake ecosystem. In the meantime, we stand ready to take on these triage level interim management actions, while the more critical goal of achieving the 6,392 feet lake level is secured. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. I did get a note via chat that Chairwoman Lange did want to speak, and so I'd like to offer that opportunity now if we could. It take a minute to get you unmuted.
Now we're unmuted.
Chairwoman, are you ready?
Okay, yes.
Great, thank you.
I just wanted to stress per our letter that we sent in on the lake level that from a tribal perspective, we would like the TBU process to be complete before moving forward with a hearing to attempt long-term solutions for Mono Lake. The tribe has never had consideration what constitutes meaningful protections of cultural resource values at Mono Lake, because formally there has never been an opportunity to do so, and because the tribe was not meaningful included in form efforts to protect Mono Lake. Participation in the TBU process will help the tribe assess and communicate its traditional culture uses and values in preparation for a hearing to discuss long-term solutions in Mono Lake. To move forward with a hearing to discuss long-term solutions at Mono Lake before the conclusion of the TBU process would put the tribe at a great disadvantage in that the tribe would not be prepared to present its cultural values and could potentially be overshadowed by better organized and finance entities such as LADWP and Los Angeles Department of Water Power, who have opportunities to not only present their needs, but also to determine tribal values perceived as conflicting with their expressed needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Next, I'd like to have Mark Del Piero raise his hand for 5 minutes. Then after that, we'll have Joseph Gell for 5 minutes and Dr. Scott Stein for 5 minutes.
This is Mark Del Piero. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. My name is Mark Del Piero, and between 1992 and 1999, I served as the attorney member of the State Water Resources Control Board. Additionally, from 1992, when I was initially appointed by then Chairman Don Maughan until 1994, with the adoption of Decision 1631, I served as the board's hearing officer for the 43 days and nights of evidentiary hearings that were conducted that ultimately resulted in Decision 1631. I've got some comments to make today, and please understand I'm not intending to offend anybody at this point, but I turned 70 about 3 weeks ago, and that's only 30 years since I conducted the hearing on D1631, and I don't want to have to wait another 30 years to have this conversation again. The lake level 6392.6, which was the average management lake level that was decided by the board to optimize the balancing required by the public trust doctrine and to protect the public trust resources of Mono Lake, that decision was predicated upon really 4 ideas. First of all, the protection of bird habitat out on the islands and the elimination of the land bridge. Secondly is the non-attainment problem with particulate matters smaller than 10 microns that continue to plague the Great Basin Air Pollution Control District. And then thirdly, our efforts to try and maximize habitat opportunities for alkaline flies so as to, in order to preserve the fly pupa and Kootzaduka'a, and also to recognize that increased salinity was having a direct and adverse impact on the outstanding national resource water designation that had been applied to Mono Lake at the time. I have to be honest with you, I was disappointed by the representations made by the representative of the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, because the comments that he made were virtually the same excuses that I heard for 43 days and nights in 1993. The reason the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power and the city of Los Angeles did not challenge our decision D1631 was because in order to implement D1631, we secured, in conjunction with the governor's office and the Department of Water Resources, $36 million to create a fund expressly for the purposes of generating reclaimed wastewater to offset any losses of water from diversions from the Mono Basin that LA would have experienced as a result of our decision. It is important to understand that Los Angeles, in terms of losing water as a result of its poor management and constant excuses, Los Angeles was given money expressly to try and ameliorate their potential losses. But the problem is that the excuses that we heard today appear to be intended to obfuscate LA's ongoing failure to be a good steward of the resources. One issue that I think is important that I would like to close with, frankly, and I'm available to answer questions in regards to D1631 if anybody has any questions, is it's my personal opinion that the State Water Resources Control Board ought to take an immediate action to raise the lake level to 6386 and to not allow any diversions by LADWP until that 6386 lake level is achieved. Once I've also got a bit of a concern about the statements made by the Office of the Chief Counsel. I'm not necessarily convinced that an emergency hearing is not necessarily appropriate. Once the State Water Resources Control Board has, as it did in D 1631, formally set public trust standards, the appropriation of water by any party that knows full well that the exercise of their full rights may cause damage to those set public trust protections, in my opinion, constitutes an unreasonable use of water. And if you have an unreasonable use of water by an appropriator, that can in fact justify an emergency hearing if that unreasonable use is ongoing. You've got a whole lot of evidence that has been presented here that the purposes and intent and targeted goals of D 1631 have not only not been achieved, but will continue to not be achieved because of the taking of water by Los Angeles Department of Water and Power to the fullest extent possible, without them acknowledging that they have an obligation, besides the State Water Resources Control Board having an obligation to protect the public trust resources. LADWP has an obligation to be a good steward of the water resources that it has appropriative rights on. So I will leave it at that. If anybody on the staff has any questions of me in regards to my thoughts on this matter, I will be happy to share them. I would also call your attention to two speakers from me, Dr. Scott Stein, who was actively involved in all 43 days of hearings, and I would pay close attention if your staff people have the time. I would pay very close attention to his observations and comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to Joseph Gell for 5 minutes, followed by Dr. Scott Stein, and then David Carley, also with 5 minutes from the California State Park Rangers Association. Let's see, is Mr. Gell on the platform? You may need to unmute yourself. All right, well, it seems like we're having a little bit of difficulty with Mr. Gell. Let's move ahead to Dr. Scott Stein, and then we'll follow by David Carley and Ryan Carley. And we'll see if we can get Mr. Gell somewhere back in the queue in the near future. So Scott, are you ready to present or make a comment?
Yes, I am. And I am now unmuted, am I not?
We can hear you.
Wonderful, good. Good afternoon, and thank you for including me. My name is Scott Stein. I'm a long-term Mono Basin researcher, having written my doctoral dissertation. Let's see, maybe we could get rid of that and show a pretty picture instead. Otherwise, I'm afraid that that's going to be a distraction. I'll call it up in a second. Is that, yeah, there we go. Good, good, good. Anyway, I wrote this doctoral dissertation titled The Past 4,000 Years at Mono Lake at Berkeley in the mid-1980s. I'll say more about my mono bona fides and about my publications on historic and prehistoric California droughts in my written comments that I will submit before the March 17th deadline. Among the topics for discussion that the Water Board included in their workshop announcement was the need for, quote, new or updated data, modeling, or other information, excuse me, required for, quote, making decisions on lake level trajectory. This suggests to me that we might be headed down a wrong path, and I would like to head us off that path. So with that in mind, here's the process that got us to where we are today. In their decision, the board states that they were guided by two different doctrines, the public trust doctrine and the reasonableness doctrine. Having decided objectively on a lake level of 6,392 feet to satisfy the public trust doctrine, the board then asked itself what would be a reasonable amount of time to allow the lake to reach 6,392 feet. They decided that 20 years would be a reasonable amount of time. They then calculated, using their hydroclimatic lake model, that 20 years would allow the DWP to divert 16,000 acre-feet of monobasin stream water per year, at least in most years. But of course, as we all know, the lake did not rise to the public trust level in that reasonable 20 years. In fact, we are now at D1631 plus 28 years and counting, which is to say that we are already 8 years beyond reasonable, and the lake is still 13 vertical feet below public trust. How could we have been so far off? Was it the fault of the hydroclimatic lake model used by the board? Absolutely not. The model functioned adequately. The problem was not the hydroclimatic model. The problem is that the hydroclimate that the board projected into the future using the model is not the hydroclimate that came to pass. Now, just a few words about these models. Hydroclimatic lake models cannot predict future hydroclimate. Future hydroclimate cannot be known. It is not accessible knowledge. A hydroclimatic lake model doesn't tell us what the future hydroclimate is going to be. We tell the model what to assume the hydroclimate will be, and the model translates that presumed future hydroclimate into lake behavior, into lake fluctuations. The models don't tell us how future hydroclimate is actually going to unfold, and therefore can't tell us how the lake will actually fluctuate in the future. Here, and let's have that slide now if we can. Here is what can be said with certainty about Mono Lake's future fluctuations, summarized in 4 self-evident truths, no one of which is dependent on modeling, and all of which are true regardless of what future hydroclimate brings. Truism number 1, the less water DWP exports, the greater will be the lake rises during future wet periods. Number 2, the less water DWP exports, the smaller will be the lake drops during future dry periods. Number 3, the less water DWP exports, the higher the lake, and thus all other things being equal, the higher the environmental quality will be at any future moment during the ongoing transition period. And ultimately, truism number 4, the less water DWP exports, the sooner the lake surface, once climate allows, will reach the elevation that the water board deemed necessary to, quote, protect the public trust resources at Mono Lake and in the Mono Basin. That's straight from the title of the decision. Again, no modeling necessary and inarguable no matter how the future hydroclimate unfolds. These truisms should serve as a reminder that even during years too dry to raise the lake to 6,392 feet, the water board can still exercise a control over Mono Lake's year-to-year surface elevation, and thus over the quality of the Mono Basin environment by minimizing the amount of Mono Basin stream water that is diverted by the DWP. So let's go back to your pretty picture there, remove the slide. Today we have good models, considerably sharper than what were available to us in the early 1990s. But even those sharper models cannot solve the prediction problem. These models are no better at predicting future hydroclimate and future lake fluctuations than they were in the early 1990s, and we've seen how that prediction worked out. Indeed, we're no better at predicting future hydroclimate than they were in the 19-teens when we divvied up the Colorado River, and we've seen how that prediction worked out. Let's please not go down this model prediction road again. I am almost there. In broad strokes, back in 1994, the Water Board envisioned that over the next 2 decades, 2 things would happen. DWP would get 16,000 acre-feet per year of Mono Basin stream water in most years, and Mono Lake would rise to 6,392 feet. Now, after 28 years, Mono Lake is not even close to 6,392 feet, and the DWP continues to get 16,000 acre-feet of Mono Basin stream water in most years. This can't be what the board had in mind on September 24th, 1994, when Mark Del Piero, bless your heart, Mark Del Piero, proclaimed that today we saved Mono Lake. At 28 years and counting, let's do everything we can to raise Mono Lake toward and to the public trust, and please, let's do it soon. The correction of environmental harm delayed is environmental harm compounded?
We're at 6 minutes. I hate to jump in, but thank you. We do need to move on. We have still dozens of speakers left to go. Let's see if we can get Mr. Gell, who may be able to unmute himself now.
Am I there yet?
Yes, you are.
Oh, that's good. It's nice to be on and listen to this and bump in with some old friends. Yeah, I've been working at Mono Lake as long as Scott has, and published a few papers on bird life. I'm an avian ecologist. My first work was as a consultant to Los Angeles, and after that, for the last 20 years, I've been coming back because I like to do the research and I love the lake. I'm going to shorten my presentation because much of what I wanted to say has already been said. There are 3 species of birds that are important in the lake. One is the gull you've heard about. The other is the Wilson's phalarope, which comes there and gets fat and then flies all the way to nonstop to South America. And the third is the Erd grebe, which nobody pays any attention to, which in many respects is the most important bird on the lake. We can go to the next slide. Those are all those little spots of Erd grebe, and there's a close-up. Strange birds, and I won't go into that right now. But they're important because 99% of the lake biomass from August till December is Erd grebe. The rest have no effect whatsoever. These have a big effect because they eat a lot of shrimp and then they crap right back into the lake. And since the lake is a closed system, this is a main distributor of nutrients in the lake. So it is very important. Now, I think the next slide will be okay too. Normally what happens, we go to the top blue line, is just what happens when the birds start coming in the end of July. They peak in November and then drop off. That's the blue line. Except recently. That's the blue line is 2013. In 2014, the green and the red below it, 2015, it's entirely different. The birds came in and they left. What was the story? The story was they didn't have any food. The fall generation of the brine shrimp was their food, had run out below the level at which they could maintain themselves, and they got up and left. So they had no choice but to leave or to die. And they did both. 10,000 died at the lake. Thousands more emaciated migrants fell on the shores of the coast of California between Bodega Bay and San Diego. They were in incredibly bad condition. They weighed 180 grams instead of 300. I saw some down to 120. This is impossible for a bird to live at that age, at that stage of weight, but he did. So what's going on? Can I go to the next slide, please? See what it is? That's where the birds all dropped out. Lots of them. And the thing was, you see 2 numbers there, like 1, 3, and 1. Those are 1 and 3 are the numbers that happened in 20. Got to get back to this. 2014 and the other is 2015. So we had a repeat experiment all by ourselves. Next slide. I'm going to pass that right now. Maybe come back to it. So what happened to all these birds? Well, the fact is they died. And how many birds died? Roughly 500,000 in each year because the food ran out. And they haven't come back. The bottom lines at the bottom, the light purple and yellow and orange, those are different years. Those are 2016, 17, 18, 19. There's been a slow increase. But all the birds that should be there on the top are gone. What happened to the food? Next slide, please. I'll come back to that one. Go on, please. Oh, is that all I gave you? Fine. Let's go back. Okay. Well, Let's go over there. Yeah, go back to the one I just had that I called off, please. Thank you. Okay, what happened here? As you know, the freshwater additions that was requested started in 1995, early 95, so this. And the top line up there in white, if you can see it, is what's happened to the shrimp numbers in fall over that time. The bottom line in the red is what the birds need just to maintain their weight. And if you look over to 2014 and 15, way at the bottom, you see the white line goes under the red line. So what happened was the birds came in, they couldn't find any food, and they left and they starved. They starved on the lake, they starved halfway out there, they starved at the coast, and they never came back. It was really hit. So you can see here, on the left, you had a period of mixes where the lake didn't move. Mixed from 1995 to 2002, 2003. Then it broke up a little bit. Then there was another period of mixes, and there was a little bit of pyramixes. And by the time it got to 2015, there wasn't any. Well, what's mixes got to do with it? Mixes occurs when fresh water comes into the lake. It, in this case, made a huge freshwater layer, 10 feet high above the thick lake water, and the lake didn't mix. The lake has to mix. It's a closed system, as I said, with the grebes and when they feed on. And the only way this nutrients for the phytoplanktons get mixed up is from upwelling and mixing in the lake. This is a very deep lake, so a lot of it doesn't mix. And if it doesn't mix, the food runs out.
Mr. Gell, if I could prompt you for a closing remark, we're at 6 minutes.
My closing remark is that lake level and lake quality are not the same. If the food is not in the lake, it doesn't make any difference what the lake level is. So the bottom line I'm going to say is, when you put water into the lake, you have to put it in slowly. And if you will go back to a slide a little bit.
We don't have time, unfortunately. We do need
all right,
to
I will just say that Point raised, or I'm sorry, Point Blue author who was on your program earlier said exactly the same thing. The water, if it comes in, must be added gradually. So great. It's not if, but how. Thank you very much.
Thank you much. And again, I do apologize for those speakers. I have had to jump in. I'm not intending to be abrupt or to be too direct in moving people along. But again, we do have a number of others. And I'd like to turn it over to David Carley from the California State Park Rangers Association, followed by Ryan Carley from Oikonos Ecosystem Knowledge. And then after that, I believe we have Richard Ruse Collins.
Hello. I see something came up. That means you hear me, I think.
We can hear you, yes.
Okay. My name is David Carl. I'm serving as the president of the California State Park Rangers Association, which is known as CSPRAY, the acronym. It's an organization of active and retired state park professionals that seek to preserve California state parks and for present and future generations. I worked as a park ranger at Mono Lake from 1982 through 2000 until I retired. The Mono Lake Tufa State Reserve was established, as you've heard, in 1981 to protect the ecosystem and the features of the unique saline lake and its exposed lake bed. Mono Lake continues to attract tourists from around the world. And in the last 42 years, since 1981, probably about 10 million visitors have come. During the hearings that led to the 1994 D-1631, I provided testimony for the state of California about Mono Lake's visitation and recreational use patterns, its tufa formations, and the state's overriding concern, above all, that the lake never reach elevated salinity levels fatal to the ecosystem. As a resident of the Mono Lake, I have been dismayed by the lack of progress toward raising Mono Lake. After 1994, it became common to characterize the lake as the best protected of the many declining or disappearing saline lakes around the world, where dreadful ecological consequences have occurred, particularly for migratory birds and serious air quality impacts on humans, as we've heard. Everyone hoped that the protections intended for Mono Lake would be a successful model for how to avoid such impacts and disasters. We still hope it's not too late to achieve that outcome, but we share concerns expressed by the Mono Lake Committee and applaud this board's willingness to consider emergency action to protect Mono Lake, because the lake's 3-decade trend is progressing toward ecological crisis. Global climate warming and extended drought are just part of the cause. The lost buffer from 80 years of stream diversions by LADWP and the continued diversions in recent years, though reduced, have brought the lake's elevation to this crisis point. Pausing current diversions soon may provide critically significant amounts for reversing the lake's declining trend, so it never comes near to ecosystem collapse. Hearing Officer Mark Del Piero, on the day that D1631 was finalized, congratulated the board and declared, "Today we saved Mono Lake." It will be devastating if, despite everyone's best intentions, the lake continues dropping to a point that it cannot actually be saved. Everything possible should now be done to avoid that outcome. Sea Spray asks that you take urgent action to pause stream diversions from Mono Lake and schedule a hearing this year to determine future management. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Next, let's go to Ryan Carl, and then that will be followed by Richard Roos-Collins and Jorah Fogg. Is Ryan there and able to unmute himself? All right, well, let's move on to Richard Roos-Collins. If you're up and able to unmute.
Mr. Rectal.
We can hear you. There's an echo. Let's see. This helps. Are you there, Mr. Roos-Collins?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Mr. Rectal.
Sounds like if you're on a phone and computer, you may need to mute one of them. I'm gonna try another cue. Richard, are you there? All right, seem to be having some technical difficulties. Let's try Jorah Fogg, followed by Wendy Schneider. Rob Clay will come back for both Ryan and Richard in a moment. Jorah, are you there?
Hello?
Hello. Hi, we can hear you.
Hi, sorry about that. My name is Jorah Fogg. I'm a 10-year resident of the Mono Basin. I'm a relative newcomer to the issues facing Mono Lake and its complex history, but I have lived here long enough to witness the lake's drop and slow decline in ecosystem health. I'm also a wildlife biologist, a trained ornithologist. I've spent a lot of time around the lake, birding and observing the bird life. And it's something that I've truly come to cherish being a resident here. I'm asking the board to take emergency action to temporarily suspend diversions from Mono Lake. I understand that this is a difficult decision with what we face in California with a water crisis. And I understand that things are going to get harder before they get easier for all of the various interests that we have to weigh here in California. But I firmly believe that Mono Lake should not be sacrificed for the relatively small amount of water that is going to LA. There's better ways to approach this. And for now, Mono Lake hangs in a delicate ecological balance. So please act. And I would also just like to add real quickly that I think it isn't just about birds, even though that's what I really love. It's also about our economic livelihood here in the Mono Basin. We're a tourism-based economy that relies heavily on visitors coming to this area. And if we have a lake that is not ecologically healthy, then that is eventually going to trigger declines in visitation, and people aren't going to be coming here to see what they used to see, and that's going to affect all of us here in the Mono Basin. So thank you for taking my comments. Oh, also, I wanted to ask if the Point Blue scientist Ryan could elaborate on the coyote's ability to swim out to the islands. I think that needs further clarification. Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll track that question if we have time and availability, come back to it at the end. I do want to see if we can get Ryan Carley from Oikonos Ecosystem to come off mute. And it doesn't seem like Ryan's available. All right, let's try Richard again.
Mr. Rechtol, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Thank you very much, and apologies for the echo before. Sandy Jacobson, who's the director for Cal Trout for South Coast and Eastern and the Sierra, is on this workshop, and I'll defer my time to her in the interest of your managing the time.
Great, thank you so much. Next up, Wendy Schneider, followed by Rob Clay and Marcella Castellino. Wendy Schneider, please. Wendy, are you there and able to unmute? All right, Wendy's not on. Let's go to Rob Clay.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Rob Clay. I'm the director of the Executive Office of the Western Hemisphere Shorebird Reserve Network. And unlike many people in this audience, I'm a very occasional visitor to Mono Lake. I'm actually calling in from Asuncion, Paraguay. But I wanted to provide some comments on behalf of the Executive Office of the Western Hemisphere Shorebird Reserve Network, or WISN, which is housed by Manamet, which is a Massachusetts-based nonprofit. So the Western Hemisphere Shorebird Reserve Network is a site-based shorebird conservation initiative that seeks to conserve shorebirds and their habitats through a network of key sites across the Americas. The network is comprised of hundreds of partners working at 114, soon to be 115 sites in 19 countries throughout the Americas, where they conserve and manage over 38.7 million acres of critical habitats for shorebirds. And Mono Lake is a WISN site of international importance, and it was one of the very first sites to join the network back in 1990, due to its importance for over 100,000 shorebirds annually, including up to about 15% of the world population of Wilson's phalarope. I know the focus of this audience is primarily on California Gold, but I wanted to take the opportunity to speak a little bit about the importance of Mono Lake for Wilson's phalarope. As many of you are probably aware, shorebirds are among one of the groups of birds suffering the greatest declines, and in particular, the species that undertake the longest distance migrations, such as the phalaropes. Now, many species of migratory shorebird depend on just a very small number of key sites during the non-breeding season, and maintaining that full ecological network of key sites and the ecological connectivity between them is essential for the current and future survival of those species. It's the basic idea which underpins WISN's approach to shorebird conservation. Now, the interdependence of Mono Lake as part of a network of key sites, phalaropes and other species, was recognized very early in its history as part of WISN through a three-way twinning with Great Salt Lake in Utah and Laguna Mar Chiquita in Argentina. And in fact, we just celebrated the 30th anniversary of that twinning at Laguna Mar Chiquita, where a reaffirmation was signed of the importance of the sites working together to ensure the future of that shared resource. Put succinctly, what happens at Mono Lake does not just affect birds at Mono Lake, but it affects bird populations throughout the whole hemisphere, and the human cultures and economies which are dependent on that shared resource.
Mr. Clay, we're at 3 minutes, and I do need to move on to the next speaker.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for joining. Let's go to Marcela Castellino, followed by Cody Phillips and Charles Wilson. Ms. Castellino.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. First, I want to mention that Ryan Carl is online and he wants to be unmuted to be able to talk. And now I'm going to present myself. My name is Marcela. I'm part of the staff of the Western Hemisphere Shorebird Research Network, or WISN, and I live close to a saline lake located in central Argentina, Laguna Mar Chiquita, that, as Rob mentioned, was twinned with Mono Lake and Great Salt Lake 30 years ago because their importance for Wilson's phalaropes. At WISN, we have been working for years with organizations and partners from Mono Lake, coordinating conservation efforts between sites. This work is based on the fact that saline lakes are part of a network of life that extends throughout the hemisphere. And actions taken and decisions made at one particular site, in this case at Mono Lake, will inevitably have consequences in far distant places through the consequences they will have on migratory species that we all share. As previously discussed, water allocation and ensuring a minimum ecological level for the lake is not something that is raised without foundation. The water level determines what can and cannot live on the site, affecting everything from the food chain and the habitat availability to the physiology of the wildlife that depend on the site. The fact that Mono Lake is one of the few saline lakes that has mandated water allotments makes the site one of the few that can provide habitat for phalaropes in a context of water crisis, drought, and habitat loss that is happening at alarming rates. The latest estimates, both in North America and here in South America, will indicate that phalarope numbers are declining dramatically. We need to protect our saline lakes to ensure the survival of the phalaropes. And because of this, I want to ask you to ensure that Mono Lake is raised to the management level of 6,392 feet for the benefit of Mono Lake, its biodiversity, and its phalaropes, which are also our phalaropes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go back and try Ryan Carl again.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. The button finally popped up.
Great.
Thank you. My name is Ryan Carl. I'm the science director at the nonprofit Oikonos Ecosystem Knowledge. Full disclosure, I'm David Carl's son. I grew up in Lee Vining and consider the Mono Basin my home. I have researched phalaropes ropes at Mono Lake since 2019, and I'm a co-coordinator along with Marcela that just talked at the International Phalarope Rope Working Group. I'm submitting a letter signed by many of my phalarope rope colleagues from around the hemisphere recommending that the Water Board immediately begin new hearings on Mono Lake's level after consulting with the Kootzaduka'a tribe. To provide stable future habitat for phalaropes ropes and other birds, Mono Lake needs to be at a high enough level to be buffered from the prolonged droughts that we're already experiencing with climate change. Much of the other saline lake habitat, like Rob and Marcella just talked about around the hemisphere, that phalaropes ropes need, it's already existentially threatened by water diversion and extreme drought. The fate of phalaropes ropes is intertwined with that of the saline lakes, many of which are rapidly disappearing as we speak. Welsons and red-necked phalaropes ropes are shorebirds, and they stop at saline lakes to feed and prepare for a 4,000-mile-long migration to South America. Large portions of the world populations of both phalarope rope species concentrate at Mono Lake, at Great Salt Lake, and at Lake Abert in Oregon. And just those three lakes simultaneously host up to 60% of the world population of Welson's phalaropes ropes. An analysis released this week by the Canadian and US Fish and Wildlife Services found a 75% decline in Welson's phalarope rope numbers since 1980, which underscores the importance of the protection of their habitat in Mono Lake. The habitat of phalarope ropes is in crisis hemisphere-wide, and Lake Abert in Oregon has dried up completely since 2021. And that was followed by a 90% decrease in Welson's phalarope rope numbers there. As of this year, Great Salt Lake has lost 73% of its water volume. It's reached unhealthy salinities for shrimp and flies, and it's forecast to completely dry up in 5 years. Both sites are drying because of the coupled impacts of water diversion and a hotter, drier climate, which are the same threats facing Mono Lake. And for phalarope ropes, there is no replacement for these few perennial large saline lakes with abundant, energy-rich invertebrates. Phalarope ropes really like to eat flies. In South America, the core range of Welson's phalarope ropes includes the lithium triangle in the Andes of Bolivia, Argentina, and Chile. And that region is also experiencing rapid development of lithium mining, which is depleting aquifers and drying up saline lagoons used by phalarope ropes. The largest phalarope rope site in South America, Laguna Mar Chiquita in Argentina, does not have guaranteed water rights, and its water level is also currently dropping because of water diversion and drought. So the health and stability of Mono Lake is critical to the future of phalarope ropes. Mono Lake is one of the only phalarope rope sites in the hemisphere where we have strong legal protections for water and can actually regulate it. Bringing the lake to 6392 so it can survive extended periods of drought is necessary to ensure that Mono Lake provides reliable future habitat for phalarope ropes, for grebes, and gulls and many other birds using Mono Lake. If the lake gets so small and salty that it doesn't support its invertebrates, then the productivity becomes less important than the level at a certain point. Additionally, phalarope rope distribution on the lakes affected by the lake level, and they need submerged tufa areas that support their preferred prey of alkali flies. So a dropping lake level exposes tufa and reduces the substrate for the flies. We hope the State Water Board will take the ecological crises at the other saline lakes into account in the decision to take the necessary steps to raise Mono Lake to a healthy and stable management level that buffers against these climate extremes. Thank you.
Thank you. Glad we could get it unmuted. Let's see. Up next, we have Cody Phillips, followed by Charles Wilson, followed by Glenn Bailey.
Hi, my name is Cody Phillips. I'm the policy analyst for California Coastkeeper Alliance, and thank you for holding this workshop and giving us the opportunity to speak. I have 4 points I'm going to hit on pretty quickly, considering the time constraints. The first is that the Water Board really does need to hold the D1631 hearing now to re-examine LA's water licenses. The board foresaw that it may need to reopen those licenses when it adopted that order to really ensure that the purpose of the order to protect Mono Lake as a public trust resource and an outstanding national resource water was satisfied. And we're letting that foresight go to waste by delaying. We want to make sure that everything is protected. And the record rains this year actually make this a great year to reconsider LA's water licenses. We don't want to wait until the situation becomes even more dire. The second point touches on the state's outstanding national resource water and Mono Lake status. This is the highest level of protection afforded by the Clean Water Act. And EPA policy notes that any degradation to water quality should only last weeks, if at all, definitely not months, and absolutely not years. Past assumptions on what license provisions are necessary to effectively protect Mono Lake have changed. And we need to look at new information, including climate change, to really ensure that California is committed to protecting outstanding natural resource waters, and that commitment is backed by effective actions. Third, the Water Board also needs to commit to its racial equity action plan. There's a lot of work and effort to come forward with this plan, and there is a goal 1B, which completely fits this issue, which is to consider the impacts to BIPOC communities, including tribal, beneficial, and cultural resources related to water rights, public trust resources, and in-stream flow requirements. The Mono Lake Kootzaduka'a tribe was not part of the D-1631 decision. They have strong ties to Mono Lake. They're trying to be involved and are involved in this process, and their input needs to be strongly considered when the State Water Board reopens the license provisions. And finally, our fourth point, California Coastkeeper Alliance is a member of the governor's Recycled Water Strike Team, and during those meetings, the Lahontan Regional Board suggested that groundwater in this region can be recycled and sent to Los Angeles in lieu of water from Mono Lake tributaries. This is just one of other opportunities that are available for Los Angeles to use more water, recycle more water, and leave water in the natural system. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Charles Wilson, followed by Glenn Bailey, followed by Andy Lipkiss, who was asked to move up given time constraints.
Thank you. My name is Charlie Wilson. I'm the Executive Director of the Southern California Water Coalition. Thanks for providing the workshop today. I think it was stated earlier, and as one of those sounds like very few entities that are participating in today's call, as a coalition, a nonprofit and public education coalition, we don't really have a previously staked out position in this. So I found today's conversation quite interesting. But having said that, I am heartened by some of the things that I've heard. And that is, with the recent storms and sort of the current conditions, there is no real need to go through this emergency declaration. Having said that, the ripple effect of what you will do in a position like this does clearly have impact across the entirety of the state, as the state board and Joaquin know quite well. What you do here has impact on the state project as well as the Colorado River. And so to try to do something in isolation or as a single siloed effect becomes ineffectual and actually can cause greater harm than what was originally intended. But like the Delta, like water quality issues, it's important here that we have a holistic approach. And while I've also heard some with very dire warnings about lake levels and where we are on the lake, what I also saw in the data that was presented was that lake levels have increased and are on the rise. And based upon some of the other testimony I heard earlier in the workshop, that's important in a gradual introduction of water for food source and the holistic habitat within the region. So I'm hearkened by that, and I'm really kind of reaching that conclusion of my own here today, that a hearing and opening and exposing and looking at all of the various tools, technology, the assumptions that have been utilized with some of these historic decisions, it's appropriate to take another look at that, like on the Delta, like with water quality issues and what the state board's currently trying to go through in a number of other areas. So I'm hopeful there. I don't see that there's a need for a knee-jerk reaction that would put us in harm's way, and look forward to further discussion and the ability to talk about the issues, sort them out, and to get our decision makers at the state board the information they need to make an informed decision. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Next up, we have Glenn Bailey, followed by Andy Lipkiss, followed by Lionel Merez, followed by Mike Plasiak.
If Andy has time constraints, I'm happy to have him go ahead of me.
It should be okay, I think, if you can go and then Andy can follow after that.
Okay. This is Glenn Bailey speaking as an individual. A few comments. First of all, I visited Mono Lake over the years a number of times. I am a native Angelino, and so I am, and also a lifelong environmental activist. So, that I am torn to this, but I have a few comments. First of all, in terms of this, that's the entity that's overseeing the State Water Board and the department, in terms of notifying the different stakeholder groups that may be interested in this, for the city of Los Angeles, which, you know, is what the Department of Water and Power serves, we have a system of 99 neighborhood councils currently that cover most of the city's residents, stakeholders. And to my knowledge, we received no notice from the State Water Board about this workshop. So you may want to work with the city of LA and make sure that when you have something that affects the city of LA, that you're getting the word out to the folks, you know, who have a stake in this as well. Secondly, I can attest to you watching what Department of Water and Power has done over the years of drought, particularly. You know, their commitment to working for water conservation, water reuse, water reduction, etc. The challenge, of course, is that some of these efforts take a lot of time and a lot of money. But you know, in terms of like the San Fernando groundwater and some of the cleanup that's going to be necessary, you know, it's not going to happen overnight as much as some of us would like to see that happen. And the other forces that are in play here is just, you know, the city of Los Angeles, I think, has a predilection for growth, natural growth, if you know, just in terms of development, which is probably spurred by, you know, private development and private investment. But in recent years, that we've had outrageous behavior by the state legislature that has basically potentially could minimally double or triple the population by right, based on state laws that have been passed that allow duplexes and triplexes or worse within the single family neighborhoods of the city. So, you know, I don't know if anyone's really taken a look at what the state itself is doing in terms of the state legislature is doing to increase water demand, because potentially you know, because of this increased growth and development that's been allowed by state law. And there's nothing that any of us in here can do. All we can do is promote conservation. But, you know, frankly, when you get millions more people, ultimately, you know, there's a certain baseline of water use that they will make. Some of us are pushing for more native plants, more native, you know, and less turf. And certainly the Department of Water and Power has been working on those types of programs as well. I know that doesn't help, you know, the situation that you're addressing here, but I just wanted to speak from the perspective of someone who is environmentally sympathetic and an advocate, and appreciates the beauty of Mono Lake, but also viewing what's happening here in the city of Los Angeles.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. You're at 3+ minutes. Appreciate your comments. We'll need to move on. Andy Lipkiss, followed by Lionel Meres, Mike Plasiak, and Laura Dodick.
Well, thank you and good afternoon. I'm Andy Lipkiss, the founder and former president of Tree People. I'm speaking as project executive of a new organization, Accelerate Resilience Los Angeles. You asked for input regarding where to focus staff resources with respect to next steps. A big part of this answer is to focus on how LA can become more water resilient through conservation and local stormwater capture. It's entirely possible for Los Angeles to conserve and capture well over the 4,500 acre-feet of water that DWP states it needs. Arla is currently working on a watershed modeling opportunities assessment of site-scale stormwater capture opportunities throughout 3 study areas in the LA region: Las Virgenes Metropolitan Water District, the City of Long Beach, and the lower San Gabriel River watershed area. Although this study doesn't specifically cover LADWP territory, the stormwater capture and outdoor conservation potential identified through this study is similar to the opportunities that could be expected in the city of Los Angeles. Here are some examples of the modeling data from our study show. conducting landscape transformation, as in removing irrigated turf and replacing it with rain gardens and native plants on all feasible commercial properties in the study areas, could yield up to 5,960 acre-feet of new water supply by offsetting irrigation demand. Conducting landscape transformation and adding a cistern on those same properties could yield up to 7,237 acre-feet of new water supply. Doing the same on all feasible single-family homes could yield up to 62,867 acre-feet of new water supply. The results from this study can be scaled to other geographies within the LADWP service area. It's important to know that even in dry years, LA receives a meaningful amount of rainfall that currently runs off to the ocean. Cisterns and rain gardens are proven, tested strategies that are available for rapid deployment on residential and commercial properties. There are some state grants and local rebates available to fund these types of projects. However, a serious commitment of resources necessary to scale these solutions. We'll submit our study, data, and policy recommendations to you in writing for your convenience. I therefore encourage this board to prioritize scaling the use of local stormwater capture and conservation to offset the need for diversions from Mono Lake. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Lionel Maris, and again, if I'm mispronouncing names, apologies in advance, followed by Mike Plasiak and Laurel Dodick. Lionel's not coming up. Let's move to Mike Plasiak.
All right, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Thanks, Mr. Echdal. This is Mike Plasiak, Executive Officer of the Lahontan Water Board. This statement I think was made earlier, but I just want to underscore that I'd encourage LADWP and to partner with wastewater treatment plant operators up and down the Owens Valley to explore how they can use recycled water to supplement that water demand that's currently coming out of the Mono Basin. There are a number of wastewater treatment plants that are producing tertiary treated water throughout the Owens Valley, and that's a resource that is underused and could be a good resource to supplement that need. And not only that, it comports with the governor's water supply strategy, so I'd highly encourage that. The other thing I want to just point out, and this was mentioned by Chairwoman Lang, Kootzaduka'a tribe, that we are looking in and working in partnership with the tribe to consult on identifying and bringing to our board in December a tribal subsistence and cultural beneficial use amendment to our basin plan. That is something that we are currently working on as a team, and we'll continue where our target is for the December timeframe. So we'll see how that goes, but I just wanted to put that out there in context to her comments. That's all I have.
Great, thank you very much. Let's move to Laura Dodick, followed by Elsa Lopez and George Radvika.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Thank you. My name is Laura Dodick, Flyways Project Coordination in Aves Argentinas. Aves Argentinas is a BirdLife international partner having more than 100 years working in research and conservation for the endangered birds of Argentina. We have recently managed to create the Ancenusa National Park with the support of many entities, including the NMBCA program of the United States Fish and Wildlife Service. Thanks to the new national park, we are protecting Mar Chiquita Lake in central Argentina. It's the biggest saline lake in Latin America and one of the most important sites in the world for the Wilson's phalarope and other migratory birds. As Marcela and Rob mentioned, Mono Lake is considered a sister lake to Mar Chiquita. Threats to one side, even thousands of kilometers away, can drastically affect bird population at the other. That said, From Aves Argentinas, we are constantly and closely looking at the events being developed in Mono Lake, and we express our high support for its protection. I would also like to add that our National Shorebird Conservation Plan contemplates a vision of collaborative work with other important sites for migratory shorebirds in the Western Hemisphere. So we really want to emphasize the international importance of Mono Lake as a key site for the migratory shorebirds that spend their non-reproductive season here in the South. We share the responsibility of protecting them. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Let's go to Elsa Lopez, followed by George Bradvica.
Okay, my name is Elsa Lopez. I am the former executive director of Mothers of East LA Santa Isabel. And I have been working in taking youth and connecting LA with the Mono Lake Committee and DWP to have these youth learn the importance of saving Mono Lake. I've been working with this for over 25 years, have taken over 1,000 kids up there. And when they come back to Los Angeles, they learn that they need to conserve here in Los Angeles. They not only learn how to conserve here, but when they go up there, they actually restore the streams. I know that LADWP says that they have staff that does that. I've never seen them, but I have seen hundreds of youth from the Los Angeles area go up there and plant trees and water them by hand. And all in all, these kids have a change of life when they go out there. The youth that I've taken up there have such gratitude and learning about the ecosystem, learning that LA can make a difference and cut back. But there's other sources. I work with the Water Replenishment District. We know that recycled water is a source that can be used here in LA. There's actually an aquifer and spreading grounds in LA that can be used. You say that they're contaminated. I saw an article that says different, that they are getting healthy. More efforts have to be done in that. We need to be responsible for our own water use and not take away from the tribal areas. We need to make it a fact that LA can make a difference. LA was a leader in conservation, and we can do it. It's been done, and we need to continue. These youth are going to be the leaders in the future, and many of them are already there. They already know between right and wrong, and they know that we need to save Mono Lake. So thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you for joining us today. Next up, we've gotten a request, Jeremy Wolf, if you're available, followed by Sandra Holloway and then Grace Anderson.
Great. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak and for putting this very important workshop together. My name is Jeremy Wolf, and I'm the Legislative Program Manager at the Las Virgenes Municipal Water District. Las Virgenes Municipal Water District understands that the Mono Lake Committee has requested the State Water Resources Control Board to take emergency action to prohibit the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power from utilizing the City of Los Angeles water rights in Mono Lake. LVMWD, Las Virgenes Municipal Water District, believes that such an action would further exacerbate and disrupt California's strained water resources, significantly impacting existing state water systems by minimizing diversity of water supply resources and create less opportunities to take advantage of increased water supplies during these winter storm events. Reducing or eliminating mono basin imports to Los Angeles will have repercussions across Southern California, especially to areas that are dependent on the state water project supplies. Climate change has brought on never before seen extremes that have reduced the availability of these supplies, and one of the most impacted sources is the state water project. So maintaining Los Angeles' ability to utilize its full monobasin water rights is paramount to LADWP reducing its reliance on metropolitan state water project supplies and placing even further strain on Las Virgenes Municipal Water District and other state water dependent agencies, potentially jeopardizing our ability to provide reliable water service. Reducing or eliminating monobasin imports to Los Angeles could negatively impact future operations to take advantage of winter storms to store water in available existing and future planned water storage facilities in Southern California and prepare communities for localized climate-driven extremes of the wet and dry cycles and supply constraints elsewhere in the system. LADWP has already taken action to protect the environment by reducing water imports from Mono Lake tributary areas by 90%. Any further restriction to LADWP's utilization of its water rights in the Mono Basin will result in significant impacts throughout the region, especially the state water project dependent areas. As the State Water Board evaluates LADWP's water rights, we urge you to consider a balanced approach that provides flexibility to preserve water supply options and the protection of the environment before taking any actions. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you to all of the folks who are making their voice heard today.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Sandra Holloway, followed by Grace Anderson and Harold McDonald.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
You can, yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Sandra Holloway. I'm a native Californian and I reside in San Diego County, California. Thank you all for allowing me to make a public comment today. I have been a frequent visitor to the Mono Lake area for the past 30 years, and it has a very special place in my heart. I have witnessed firsthand that the continuing lack of water is having dire effects on birds and wildlife, and the local indigenous tribes are unable to access their cultural resources and ancestral food supply. Today, the lake level is dangerously low due to years of excessive water diversions and accentuated by continued drought. The low lake level has and will continue to further expose the land bridge that allows predators to threaten one of the world's largest nesting California gull populations. In addition, salinity has increased in violation of water quality standards, which puts the entire ecosystem at risk. Mono Lake is a tremendously important stop along the Pacific Flyway path for many migrating bird species. I would like to ask that the State Water Board suspend water diversions until Mono Lake rises enough to protect the wildlife and the ecosystem, and that you quickly schedule a hearing to implement long-term stream diversion changes to ensure Mono Lake can rise to the healthy, sustainable level that was mandated by the board in 1994. In that very mandate, the board planned to hold this hearing, writing that it, and I quote, could adjust the water diversion criteria, end quote, if the lake did not rise as expected. Water is life, and you have the power and responsibility to save Mono Lake. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Grace Anderson, followed by Harold McDonald.
Yes, this is Grace Anderson. I'm a local landowner in the Mono Basin. I first visited Mono Lake 50 years ago. I was acquainted with David Gaines, the founder of the grassroots movement to save Mono Lake. I own 20 acres in the basin, a rare place I frequent and share with others who appreciate the grandeur and mysticism of the Mono Basin. Many of us who own property have formed a grassroots group, Friends of North Shore Mono Basin. We support immediate suspension of diversions and all necessary actions to maintain values of wildlife and ecosystem and public health. We are directly affected by the dangerously low level of the lake because we breathe the toxic air that blows from the alkali dust on its exposed shores, the playa photos that were presented earlier by Phil Cadieux. We speak to compliment the board on the long vigilance offered to the basin. Your actions in recent years, consolidating the water permits, endorsing new stream flow regimes, and directing renovation of the dam infrastructure at Grant Lake demonstrate your continuing courage and willingness to act. Thank you. Indeed, more action is needed now. To answer question number 4, what is the focus of the staff resources? First, prepare an emergency order to suspend all diversions. Second, maintain your commitment to 6392 as the public trust lake level. There is no need to expend resources to revisit that target level. And third, schedule a hearing right away this year to take all actions and implement policies ensuring a long overdue rapid rise of lake level. In spite of what you may have heard today, it's not just the drought that has caused lake levels to remain low. The cumulative and incremental impact of large and ongoing water diversions have reduced lake volume by over half. In conclusion, it's imperative diversions be suspended now to allow all the present extraordinary winter snowpack to reach and remain in the lake, beginning a rebirth that lies within our reach and your responsibility. Only you can provide the legal protections to honor the public trust doctrine. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Harold McDonald. Oh no, Mr. McDonald is not here. Next up, we have Miran Kala and then Mara Cristo Plato or Plato. Miran is not here either. So let me update our speaking list a little bit. And Mara Krista, no Mara either. Let's go to Ann Hawthorne. Followed by Lisa Heyer and Timothy Watkins. Ann, are you here? Are you able to unmute?
Yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you.
There we go. Got it.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. My name is Ann Hawthorne. I live in Santa Monica, and I just really briefly wanted to just say my support for keeping Mono Lake healthy and supporting the water level in the lake, just as someone who enjoys it, enjoys the beauty and the wilderness. And I just want to thank everybody for all they're doing to support the wildlife there. That's all. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Let's see if we've had a fair number of people drop from the queue. It looks like Tim Watkins is not on. Stacy Corliss. And then after that, we'll do Tony Wilkinson, if you're available. All right, Stacy is not on. Tony Wilkinson.
Hi, I'm Tony Wilkinson from Panorama City. I'm speaking as an individual, although I do chair the agreement between the 99 neighborhood councils and the Department of Water and Power, so have a perspective on this. And the first thing is, to me, good news. Mono Lake, compared with the other lakes discussed today, Argentina to the rest of California and Utah, Mono Lake is not going away. It's not lowering. It's in good hands and probably will thrive in the future. The question is how. And the Water Resources Control Board, in my view, is to take care of a public resource, which is the people's water, and balance the beneficial use against the public trust to preserve the environment. I'm glad the native tribe has used beneficial uses in their asks and requests. And I really believe that in this case, the long-term effect on other issues, as has been mentioned, of whatever you do with this Mono Lake case in balancing beneficial use rights with the public trust is going to affect other things like the Delta and the state water resources available to California. A third of LA is at San Fernando Valley, and we frankly can't use Colorado River water because of elevation. We're dependent on state water for import, and we're now only using emergency supplies. So when you talk about the Mono Lake supply, it's a much larger part of our essential supply than the percentage in your pie chart. I hope that Chairman Charlotte works with DWP in a more optimistic way, because I think that DWP, in my experience, has deep respect for a Native tribe interest in the entire area in these counties, and will look forward to working with your tribe and making certain that your beneficial uses, which are not so much the seagulls, but is you know, the tufa flies and traditional areas to meet and hold ceremonies. I really think that they are compatible with the DWP's water use. And I urge that this not be an emergency action, and it be a thoughtful conjoining of the interests, that our agreement that we did before has been followed and the lake is not dying. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Next up, we have Eileen Mandelbaum, followed by Mark Gold, followed by Yesenia Cruz. And just a note, we are getting close to 5, but we will continue past 5 to receive comments for as long as people are on. So let's turn it over to Eileen.
Oops.
We heard you for a moment there, Eileen. Try going off mute again.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I think that in the interest of time, I'll waive this opportunity, which I surely appreciate. I will submit written comments and only urge you to modify LA's water diversions without delay and work to restore that buffered, viable, healthy public trust lake level of 6392 that was identified by your agency decades ago. I will send written comments soon. Thank you. Thanks for this.
Thank you. No, thank you. Let's go next to Mark Gold, if you're online.
Yes, this is Dr. Mark Gold. I'm the Director of Water Scarcity Solutions at NRDC. And I want to start off by acknowledging the testimony from the Mono Lake Committee, State Water Board, the Kootzaduka'a tribe, DWP, and also I thought the California Coastkeeper Alliance. They made a lot of real good points in what they were saying, and bear with me and you'll see why I'm bringing that up. Los Angeles has done a lot on moving towards a more local water supply. Former Mayor Garcetti's water plan had a target of 70% local water by 2035. On the conservation side, the turf replacement program you heard about, direct install toilets, Elsa Lopez obviously was hugely involved in that. And washing machine rebates, they really have been a leader in the state in that regard. On water recycling, the Operation Next project at Hyperion might be one of the most important water projects in the state of California. Unfortunately, both the state and the feds have not really provided adequate funding for Operation Next to move forward at Hyperion, but that could provide up to 150,000 acre feet per year. So we're really talking about some significant new water that's sorely needed within the area. The movement on the San Fernando Valley groundwater basin, finally, after decades, moving to pump and treat has really been a huge change here down in the LA region. And then on stormwater capture with Measure W, et cetera, a lot more needs to be done, but DWP has made progress there in the last decade or so. And on the habitat side, you heard about enhancement around Mono Lake. There have on both the rivers, et cetera. There have been some really good projects. None of us want to see anything close to worst case scenario of what we've seen down at Owens Lake. I mean, $2 billion in dust suppression and habitat creation because of has caused some of the worst air quality for PM10 in the nation. And we've seen how poor it is along Mono Lake from Great Basin from AQMD. With all of this, the bottom line is that the lake level is not rising to the level set and agreed upon in D 1631 nearly 30 years ago. That's the bottom line. Is that really surprising? It shouldn't be. We've learned so much about climate modeling, and we much better understand the growing climate crisis a lot more than we did 30 years ago. We've learned that snowpack today produces substantially less flow and runoff than what we observed just a decade or two ago. Higher temperatures have led to greater evaporation. We've also seen much more aridified soils. It led to greater percolation into those soils. So we're just not seeing the flows, 20 to 30% reduction. So the State Water Resources Control Board needs to use the latest in climate modeling approaches to develop an enforceable management approach that will actually achieve the agreed upon 6392 lake level target. Please set a hearing to determine an approach as soon as possible that will actually achieve the target in D 1631 and protect California's precious public trust resource at Mono Lake. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next up, we have Rob Dubuque, followed by Paul Levine and Megan Cleveland.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Good afternoon. My name is Rob Dubuque, and I'm General Counsel for Friends of Great Salt Lake. As you know, Great Salt Lake and Mono Lake are sister saline lakes that share many things in common, not the least of which is a lake level that has been significantly lowered through diversions to support expanding population centers. At the end of the last water year, Great Salt Lake was at its historic low, with our marinas completely dry and with land bridges to all of our islands allowing access to predators. Many of the birds that travel to Great Salt Lake also stop at Mono Lake while migrating, and we have the shared responsibility of that migratory bird connectivity. However, the low water and high salinity levels have brought Great Salt Lake to the verge of ecosystem collapse, endangering the food web that millions of birds depend on, making Mono Lake all the more important as a refuge for those birds. One of the big differences between us, though, is that while we struggle to get legal recognition of the connection between lake level and public trust values, Mono Lake has that recognition, at least on paper, for whatever that's worth. At this point, I've lost count of the number of times where Mono Lake has been held up as an example of how public trust values can be recognized and protected through legal action. But clearly the situation is much more complex than it first appears. Recognizing that a certain lake level is needed to protect public trust resources is one thing, but actually scaling back diversions to achieve that level in the middle of historic drought is something else. I know this request comes at a challenging time, but it's important that we take advantage of this year's exceptional snowpack to help replenish our saline lakes. We urge you to support the Mono Lake Committee's emergency petition to restrict diversions of inflow to Mono Lake to help keep your islands as islands and help protect the California gull population. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Paul Levine, followed by Megan Cleveland, followed by Justin Breck. Paul, are you on and able to unmute?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great, thanks. Yeah, my name's Paul Levine, and I'm here speaking as a resident of Los Angeles and a private citizen. And 30 years ago, I was a bright-eyed high school junior when I appealed to this very board in the hopes of getting some protection for Mono Lake, which has always been a really important part of my life. And after the testimony, Mark DelPiero actually suggested that I go into law after I graduate from high school. But then when the water board made decision 1631, it seemed that Mono Lake no longer really needed me as an advocate. And so instead I was inspired to actually pursue a career in water and ecosystem sciences, which I now research at a national institution that I'm not here representing. But what I am here is to say that I'm pretty dismayed that 30 years later, we're here once again arguing the same points and pleading the same case. So I really hope that this time the board will take the emergency measures that are needed to keep the lake from spending too much time below the level that scientists know are disruptive to the important ecological services that the lake provides. And I really hope that I don't have to be here 30 years from now arguing the same point again. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Megan Cleveland, followed by Justin Breck.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Megan Cleveland with the Nature Conservancy's California chapter. TNC's mission is to conserve the lands and waters on which all life depends. And our vision is a world where diversity of life thrives and where people act to conserve nature for its own sake and for its ability to fulfill our needs and enrich our lives. I'll keep my comments brief just to allow time for others to share, but Mono Lake is a national treasure and we need to protect it for future generations. Based on key actions over several decades, we need to fulfill our commitment to raising the lake to the public trust protection level that has been set forth in state and federal legislation and through various legal settlements. First, we know that climate change is going to place additional stress on critical freshwater ecosystems. And with regard to Mono Lake, both the legislature and the courts have established Mono Lake as a priority for conservation actions. And so today, the next step is to ensure that the board is driving clear benchmarks so that we can measure whether terms of specific legal agreements and legislation are being met, and to understand the pathway to secure conservation objectives. Thank you so much for holding this workshop and for providing the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Next up, we have Justin Breck, followed by Peter Crawford, followed by Mohammed Khan, followed by Mike Lyons.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Thank you. My name is Justin Breck, and I'm a law fellow at Los Angeles Waterkeeper. We support the comments brought earlier by California Coastkeeper Alliance regarding protecting the state's outstanding national resource waters, its commitment to the Racial Equity Action Plan, and the urgency of holding the D-1631 hearing now. I want to talk about LA's water supply and the opportunity for the board's staff to help DWP develop local resilient supplies. First, the water that would remain at Mono Lake under the proposed emergency regulation is less than 1% of the city of LA's annual water consumption. And history shows that there are many opportunities for DWP to collaborate with others to ensure water security through local supplies. And in fact, 30 years ago, the mayor of LA joined the Mono Lake Committee to apply for $36 million in funding for water conservation projects. And last year, the Mono Lake Committee in the city of LA sought $60 million in state grant funding for local supply projects and direct install water efficiency programs. These were designed to save water to benefit Mono Lake, but the proposal was rejected by DWP and the state didn't take any action. DWP must ensure it works collaboratively to develop new local supply initiatives and reduce over-reliance on imported water. Additionally, Waterkeeper has already previously urged DWP to incorporate its Operation Next program into its future recycled water supply projections. We've also previously urged DWP to ensure its urban water management plan reflects the reduction in demand due to conservation and efficiency measures. The emergency at Mono Lake presents yet another opportunity for DWP to shift its water procurement strategy to one that acknowledges and enhances local resilient supplies, and to also recognize that it must comprehensively incorporate those supplies into its projections. Therefore, we urge the board to uphold its obligations under the 1994 Mono Lake decision by suspending water diversions by DWP until the lake level rises to 6392 feet and immediately schedule a D-1631 hearing. Board staff can focus its resources on adopting direct potable reuse standards as soon as possible to facilitate the development of local resilient supplies, which will help DWP reduce its unsustainable use of Mono Lake water. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. It looks like Peter Crawford is not on the Zoom platform. Next, we'll go to Mohammed Khan, followed by Mike Lyons, followed by Walter Contreras.
Hi, I'm the founder of American Muslims for Sustainability, a coalition of Muslim Americans bringing our communities together to protect and preserve the environment. I believe that LADWP is in the process of transforming Mono Lake with irreparable harm. The threats to the local ecology, dropping lake levels, increased salinity, toxic dust, and dried up riverbeds, etc. These changes will soon be considered permanent ecological shifts rather than temporary symptoms of bad water policy. Many folks take water for granted, but for many more, the cost of water is a serious expense. Los Angeles and California faces prolonged droughts. It's only logical that the price of water will increase while water supply decreases. Our organization, AMS, is concerned about Mono Lake, not just because of its ecological importance, but also because of its role in providing water to the city. When we take water from Mono Lake's tributaries, we actually take it from the ecosystem and give it to people. What if we could give water to people while providing for the lake? It's not impossible. By investing in conservation, the LADWP would be able to mitigate rising water costs by reducing overall consumption in Los Angeles and relaxing LADWP's reliance on natural resources. While conservation, LADWP would be able to achieve its goals in providing affordable water to all LA residents and follow through on its agreements to protect natural sources such as Mono Lake. We urge LADWP to apply for and receive conservation funding to relax Los Angeles Water's demands from the lake. We believe that the board should host an immediate hearing in order to fulfill the process laid out in D 1631. American Muslims for Sustainability stand with the Mono Lake Committee. With timely action, we can protect this landmark of California and invest in the future well-being of Los Angeles communities. So I think we can achieve a win-win situation. Thanks for allowing me to make a statement.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mike Lines, followed by Walter Contreras, followed by Rodney Langston. And just to note that some panelists may need to drop at 5, but board staff, at least some component of us, will continue on for public comment until we are through the list of registered commenters at a minimum. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Mike.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Great. Good afternoon. I'm Mike Lyons. I'm the policy director for the California office of the National Audubon Society. And with all the comments, I hope that board staff and board members that are listening will take home the fundamental message that CDFW, the tribe, scientists, and other stakeholders have delivered today, which is that immediate action is needed to protect the public trust values of Mono Lake. We've heard that again and again. As a litigant in the landmark case, National Audubon is especially concerned that 40 years after our litigation and 30 years after the board's order, the lake level is not yet stabilized. And it's past time for the board to scale back water diversions by LADWP until the objectives of the order are met and immediately convene a hearing on the matter. I want to address a few of the comments made by LADWP today and note that their arguments really focused on the value of water to Los Angeles. And it's repeating a historic approach to feed its own needs while the burdens are placed on Mono Lake's human and wildlife communities. The department also argued that the drought was a stress in its system, and that's why we should overlook the needs of the order. But frankly, their arguments overlook the extreme stress put on wildlife and aquatic communities throughout the state, including at Mono Lake. If anything, drought conditions require us to implement better water management at Mono Lake. We acknowledge that LADWP has implemented some excellent and expensive measures for water conservation, as well as their work at Owens Lake. However, that doesn't change the fact that management at Mono Lake is not on track to protect public trust values. There's been a lot of excellent testimony today about the importance of Mono Lake to California gulls and other birds, and we really support all of that. But I want to rebut a couple of points that the department made. Regarding impacts to California gulls, there's incontrovertible evidence that coyotes have been accessed and decimated nests when the lake was at levels of 6378 and 6379. Coyotes raiding and destroying hundreds of nests is not successful management. We need to reach a lake level of 6392 to protect California gulls, other birds, cultural values, and other public trust values of the state. And the last thing I want to say here is that LADWP pointed out the decline in other saline lakes and held up Mono Lake as an outlier of success. But that slide only underscores the need to better protect Mono Lake and improve conditions there, because conditions at the other lakes are much harder to address, and they have cataclysmic impacts for birds on the Pacific Flyway. So we urge the board to cease water diversions by LADWP and convene an emergency hearing to protect the human and wildlife communities at Mono Lake. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Walter Contreras, followed by Rodney Langston, followed by Magali Torres Cervantes.
Yes, my name is Walter Contreras, and I lead a large Black and Brown coalition in Los Angeles. I have worked with Young House for decades. In my time working with the homeless community, I have seen the value of water as a resource for vulnerable communities. When communities have no water, everything else stops. Water gives life. So I represent this coalition, and this coalition is dedicated for the health and well-being of communities of color. We believe that our responsibility and our moral responsibility also includes to these communities our support to move forward in supporting the Mono Lake Committee. The issues surrounding Mono Lake water and the LADWP's waters policy absolutely have to do with the reality of those who are most in need. Water is already scarce in Los Angeles. We know this. As we use up the natural reserves that we are fortunate to have, we only become scarcer. So this is not a threat to those who are well off. They will not feel the effects of rising water prices. So this is a threat to the marginalized in Los Angeles, who will have to face an additional financial burden to acquire the substance of life. The only solution in the joint issue of Mono Lake's destruction and price increases for Los Angeles ratepayers lies in conservation. Los Angeles needs to learn how to conserve water. If not, we will continue to disseminate the natural world and expose already vulnerable communities to yet another top of mind stressor. We must prioritize support for the 4.9 million of Latinos living in Los Angeles, many of whom might find raising cost of water to be unbearable. Los Angeles' future needs will not be met with continued withdrawals from Mono Lake contributing streams. I urge the State of Water Resources Control Board to consider this and to consider the future of people who live in the Los Angeles. With proper investment in conservation today, we can avoid the stressors of decreasing water supplies and secure a sound future for Los Angeles residents. The Black and Brown Coalition stands with the Mono Lake Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Next up, we have, I believe it's Rodney Langston. Mr. Langston is not on. How about Magali Torres Cervantes, followed by Sandra Jacobson and Rabbi Jonathan Klein?
Hi, everybody. My name is Magali Torres, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the California Hispanic Chambers of Commerce and the more than 800,000 members that we represent statewide. Our organization prioritizes advocacy, education, and empowerment in California's small businesses and bring their needs to the forefront of California's economic agendas. As the nation's leading voice for the Hispanic and diverse business owners, we are committed to fostering economic growth that creates and sustains prosperity for the benefit of our members' communities. As part of these efforts to support members, we recognize the impact that our natural resources have on our statewide and local economies. A large portion of our 800,000 members are residents of Los Angeles and thus rely on the utilities and resources that LADWP provides. We know first and foremost that a major threat to the well-being of our members' futures and the futures of their businesses is resource scarcity, namely water scarcity. The California Hispanic Chambers of Commerce understands that the issues involving the lake levels of Mono Lake are undeniably linked to the future of Los Angeles. For this reason, we feel it is necessary to voice our concern and support of the Mono Lake Committee's efforts to subvert continued withdrawals from Mono Lake's water supply, and instead we encourage LADWP to focus its efforts on creating a more sustainable and future drought-resilient urban environment. Water exports from Mono Lake are a quick fix to California's water problem. We need long-term, reliable solutions. This issue is not simply an environmental problem, it is an economic issue that will affect marginalized communities the most in years to come, as water prices will undoubtedly increase and communities like that of our members will suffer. We encourage the State Water Board to focus its efforts on exploring more conservation solutions within Los Angeles, rather than look to our already depleting natural resources. The California Hispanic Chambers of Commerce stands with the Mono Lake Committee. Thank you for allowing us this time to speak.
Thank you. Next up, we have Sandra Jacobson, followed by Rabbi Jonathan Klein and Jeff Simpson.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandra Jacobson. I'm the director for CalTrout for the South Coast and Sierra regions. CalTrout is a statewide nonprofit organization working to ensure healthy waters and resilient wild fish and wildlife for a better California. We are one of 3 conservation parties to the Mono Basin settlement with Mono Lake Committee and CDFW. California Trout concurs that immediate actions are needed to restore the water level and preserve the ecological integrity of Mono Lake. Specifically, the request is to hold the Mono Lake level hearing required by D 1631 and implement stream diversion reductions before April 1st, 2024. Water diversions coupled with drought conditions undermine our collective ability to meet conditions of the public trust doctrine for the long term. This doctrine rests upon the principle that the public's interest in certain natural resources is so important that these resources should not be controlled solely by private entities, but remain freely available to the public and be protected under legal decisions. As pointed out by panelists and many going before me, diversions threaten the Mono Lake gulls. Even with recent rains and snowpack, we are in cyclical drought where every inch of water is needed. Mono Lake is only to 25% of the public trust lake level as required under the decision 1631. In the case of diversions, single actions have cumulative consequences. We see it play out in real time on a landscape scale. This is ongoing and particularly perplexing given that the many alternatives that LADWP has to diversify its water supply through water reclamation, stormwater capture, indirect and direct potable reuse, desalination, and water conservation, which they mentioned earlier. The scientific data and policy measures we're examining today, I think it exposes the larger issue of what our predictive capabilities are and also our response to climate change, and really talks and speaks to the measures needed to protect the public trust. The public trust ruling is not a one-time decision, but needs to be reevaluated to buffer against recurring drought. We are clearly not meeting the Mono Lake level goal set in 1631, in which the Mono Lake level shall be 6392 within 29 to 44 years. The hydrologic modeling, last done in 1994 using software on 5 1/4 inch floppies, should probably be re-examined using modern hydrologic parameters. Such modeling should take into account our improved understanding of the evapotranspiration rate from the lake surface, and for the first time, we should actually evaluate climate change impacts on the hydrological assumptions used in that modeling. As a case in point, in 2020, LADWP reran the modeling using modern eStream software. And in our view, the modeling results show that the 1994 results and those findings about the length of the transition period, the stability of the lake level post-transition are off. So in summary, we request that the lake level hearing be held now, using these factual issues to define potential management actions for the long term. This will enable us to hit targets in a realistic time frame to live up to our responsibilities of environmental justice. and the public trust doctrine. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Next, we'd like to go to Rabbi Jonathan Klein, followed by Jeff Simpson, then Sarah Taylor, then Lynn Bolton.
Thank you so much, Eric. My name is Rabbi Jonathan Klein, and I speak today on behalf of Faith Action for All, a faith-based network of religious leaders committed to all peoples, all animals, and our whole planet in support of the Mono Lake Committee. We're dedicated to building the most resilient future possible for all, leaving no people behind, including both communities of color in Los Angeles and also fundamentally our state's indigenous communities. Religious traditions require us to protect all marginalized and disadvantaged people, all animals, and the entire planet itself, and that's why I'm here. Mono Lake, as we have heard, has suffered tremendously since the Mono Lake Committee and LADWP agreed to raise lake levels in '94. Rather than leading to the rapid replenishment and restoration of the lake, LADWP has continued to enable diversions. Although some progress has happened, still, Mono Lake Committee maintains that lake volume has only progressed 50% of the way to the ecologically viable baseline established in 29 years ago. Use of water from Mono Lake's tributaries and the resulting toxic dust from exposed lake beds has had a profound impact. So in order to mitigate harm, LADWP must halt diversions and allow lake levels to rise. The amount of water we could retain through better storm drain capture and better conservation measures more than adequately ensures that we not depend on this for what LADWP said was 200,000 people, half of them from communities of color. Okay, well, why would Los Angeles opt for water from such a clearly unsustainable source when there are alternative options to importing? And meanwhile, news headlines down here in Los Angeles during the recent deluges focused on how little of that water was retained. This is ludicrous. Faith Action for All believes Los Angeles can and must do better. We should not, as some might say, rob Peter to pay Paul, take from Mono Lake to give to LA. It's unethical and unnecessary, and ultimately will not fix the scarcity of water, which will disproportionately hurt low-income people who ultimately will not have access to this unsustainable, unethical source that devastates animal habitats, the Mono Basin's local economy, and as we heard profoundly, indigenous communities' culture. Time to move forward with better systems. It's past midnight. State and federal resources must be invested immediately in conservation and better infrastructure. And LADWP diversions must cease. An emergency hearing is needed badly as called for in D 1631. I stand, as does Faith Action for All, with the Mono Lake Committee. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Looks like Jeff Simpson is not on the platform. Let's go next to Sarah Taylor, followed by Lynn Bolton.
Hi, this is Sarah Taylor. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Is it possible to turn my video camera on? Is that allowed?
No, we don't have that capability on for this meeting.
Okay, I'm out here right on a bluff overlooking Mono Lake and seeing lots of snow. And so you can imagine that picture in your minds while I speak. I've lived here full time alongside Mono Lake for more than 25 years. I drove from Los Angeles, where I grew up, to Mono Lake for the first time over 35 years ago. And it kept coming back until I decided to make the Mono Basin my full-time home. I'm a teacher in Lee Vining and have 3 kids who grew up here. During the summer of 1990, I worked as an intern for the SCA, and I remembered having the job of adding to the boardwalk at County Park as Mono Lake's level was dropping then too. I also remember speaking at the State Water Board hearing in 1994 and the excitement when the California State Water Board made its historic decision to protect Mono Lake and mandated a lake level of 6392. I was so excited to watch the lake rise over the years and imagined 30 years into the future when it was estimated that the lake would reach 6392. When my first daughter was born in 2001, I imagined that she would grow up seeing a healthy and vibrant lake steadily rising to the mandated level. Now here we are, 29 years later after the decision, and the lake is still too low, not even close to the mandated level. It has over the years gone up a little, then dropped a little, never making the anticipated gains. It is now perfectly clear that we need to change the guidelines for allowable diversions. We need to allow more water to flow into Mono Lake every single year until it reaches 6392. Through water conservation, water recycling, and other programs, Los Angeles can take less water from Mono Lake and allow this precious lake to rise to 6392 as the Water Board decided in 1994. Let our children and the brine shrimp and the birds all enjoy the benefits of Mono Lake. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, next up we have Lynn Bolton, followed by Roberto Cabrales and Louis Shahagan. Lynn, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Sorry.
There we go. Gotcha.
I had to figure out the little thing went flashing by too quickly. So hi, I'm Lynn Bolton. I'm the chair of the Sierra Club group that includes Mono Lake. I'm also a 16-year resident of the Mono Basin and a Mono Lake volunteer. And we support the Mono Lake Committee and the Kootzaduka'a tribe's position. Mono Lake is a national treasure. The LADWP diversions have imposed a continual drought on Mono Lake. So when there is a long-term drought, there's no buffer. We just hold our breath and hope the lake level doesn't drop so low that the ecosystem dies. The 6392 lake level is the level that will maintain its ecosystem, and it is based on science. It wasn't arbitrary, it was based on good, solid science. The lake needs to reach a level where a drought doesn't risk the ecosystem. It is critical that the lake be allowed to rise as much as possible now to prevent the lake level reaching unhealthy levels in subsequent droughts. So since the 2015 drought, bright green algae has shown up in the lake. During the droughts years, there are much fewer brine shrimp and alkali flies. Grebes die from starvation and wash up on the shores. I think there were several hundred that washed up on the shores in 2015. So please suspend LADWP diversions until the lake reaches its 6392 level, according to the 1994 Water Board decision. LADWP will still get several acre feet of groundwater from the tunnel that used to flow to the lake. And I don't know if a coyote can swim 750 feet to the islets. I suspect they can, but a mountain lion can. Endow, I ran into Endow, and they had tracked a collared mountain lion that had swum to Pahoa Island. And they were going out to Pahoa Island to find out what attracted it to go there. So we'll be submitting a letter as well. Thank you for this opportunity to comment.
Great, thank you. Let's see. Roberto Cabrales, Louis Sahagan, Dane Osorio, Winter King, and it sounds like Lionel was not on earlier, but now is. So let's add Lionel at the tail end of that and turn it over to Roberto Cabrales.
Hello, good evening. My name is Roberto Cabrales with Communities for Better Environment. I'm the Southern California Program co-director in Wilmington. CBE has 4 different communities that we work in Wilmington, Southeast LA, East Oakland, and Richmond, California. And we're an environmental justice organization working towards clean air, clean water, clean soil. And since 2009, CBE has taken dozens of youth to the Mono Lake and the basin through the outdoor experience activities. put together by the Mono Lake community. And we strongly support the efforts to preserve and continue working to increase the levels at the Mono Lake. It's important for us because environmental justice in Los Angeles, communities continue to be affected by cumulative impacts by numerous sources of pollution that actually affect the quality of water in some areas. And we feel that it's something very connected, that communities cannot live without water. Water is life. However, the need to protect the different sources of water that we get are very important in connecting the environmental justice communities to our sources of water. We feel that it's extremely important that the state and the city of Los Angeles make a long-term comprehensive plan to not only preserve, but also create more comprehensive conservation measures, especially because we saw during the drought the limits of water that were implemented on a lot of residents, and we noticed that an environmental injustice issue occurred when some communities were actually using more water when we were all supposed to be conserving, right? So there were some communities that have big lawns and we're using more and getting fined and so forth, and it was getting a lot of media attention. Unfortunately, a lot of our community members do not have lawns in their homes, right? A lot of renters who don't have access to lawns. So the experience that we've had taking people, is very impactful, as Elsa Lopez mentioned earlier. I mean, through that work, we've been able to take dozens from different communities, not only the environmental justice communities, but different youth from all over LA have gone through this program, have come back with an impactful sense of conservation. And we feel strongly in making efforts to continue conservation and doing more for LA's water and the Mono Lake Basin. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Louis Sahagan. If you're there, you need to unmute. Otherwise, let's skip ahead and go to Diane Osorio.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Diane Osorio. I am the Sierra Club Motherlode Chapter Director, and I offer these comments in coordination with the Sierra Club Toyabe Chapter Range of Light Group, whose footprints Mono Lake resides. Sierra Club is the largest and most influential grassroots environmental organization in the United States. Our chapter engages in a huge range of conservation and public health related challenges, including water policy, like tunnel diversion, moving delta water, building a new dam infrastructure, staffing the Central Valley Water Forum, and actively engaging in relicensing of existing hydroelectric facilities. Through this work, we learn and appreciate the multiple dimensions of balancing California water demands and supply conflicts, including those you face in responding to the ecological crisis in the Mono Basin. We support the suspension of diversions and actions to maintain the values of wildlife, this unique ecosystem, and public health. It is urgent that the board initiates action immediately to implement long-term stream diversion limitations that will ensure Mono Lake rises to a healthy, sustainable level. Setting a target lake elevation level, consolidating the water permits, endorsing new stream flow regimes, and directing renovations of the dam infrastructure at Grant Lake are huge accomplishments that will endure. Indeed, these actions demonstrate your continuing courage and willingness to act. For this, we are grateful, yet more action is needed now. As persuasively described in the board's landmark decision of 1631, the science-based target lake level elevation of 6,392 feet is essential to the maintenance of healthy water and air sheds. Please act now. 1, suspend diversions. 2, update the tools and data to better understand and implement revised policies, ensuring a long overdue rapid rise of lake level. We urge you not to limit your scope to considerations of drought. It is not just a drought that has caused lake levels to remain low. The cumulative and incremental impact of large and ongoing water diversions have reduced lake volume by approximately 50%. It is imperative that these diversions be suspended now to ensure all of the extraordinary winter 2022-2023 snowpack reaches the lake, beginning a rebirth that lies within our reach and your responsibility. Protection of unique and wild places through environmental justice mechanisms is paramount to us. We offer encouragement to act bravely on the petition before you today. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Next up, Winter King.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Winter King. I'm an attorney at Shoot Mahoney and Weinberger, and we represent the Mono Lake Committee on this matter. I'll keep my comments brief, but I did want to weigh in on the question of next steps or available pathways that was raised by the Office of General Counsel. As you've heard, we're asking the board to hold a hearing this year to consider modifications to the diversion criteria set forth in D1631. We think under the National Audubon case, which Mr. Bull and Brian mentioned, and D1631, the board not only has the authority to revisit these diversion criteria, but also an obligation to do so. We're almost 30 years beyond D1631 and almost 3 years past the check-in point set in the license. So the time is now. And we're ready now. I know we could all talk about these issues for years, but the scope of this particular hearing is narrow. We have a model that the board can use, eStream, as CDFW mentioned. And we have, as you've heard today, really well-informed stakeholders who have been following the lake level issue closely for decades. We know that this board is busy dealing with water issues all over the state, and it seems you only get busier in dry years. So now's the time in this wet year to address this issue. The last point I want to make is an observation from watching today's workshop. I saw so much evidence that the continued low lake level is causing serious harm to the tribe, to the gulls, to the air. We've heard from numerous agencies, CDFW, Great Basin, state parks, Forest Service, and they're not only just concerned about these impacts, but they're really relying on this board and implementing D1631 in the order from 1994 to address these issues. As far as I can tell, there's only one lever to pull to fix these problems, and that's to modify the diversion criteria. And this board is the agency with the power to pull that lever. So please do schedule the follow-up stream diversion criteria hearing called for in D1631. We'll be there, we'll be ready as soon as you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Lionel Maris, followed by Ashley Hernandez and Allison Weber.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Lionel Maris. I am a resident of Sun Valley in the San Fernando Valley, which is part of the city of Los Angeles. I'm here to express my concerns about the future of Mono Lake. I echo the concerns of many of the people who want to protect Mono Lake in the fresh water because it's very important for the ecosystem, the wildlife that inhabit that area, and especially, most importantly, the tribal leaders, tribal groups, Native Americans who have lived in California and the United States longer than we have, and they should have a say about their water rights and their land, as well. And I just want, because the state of California should invest in stormwater capture to replenish their aquifers and not, divert too much water from Mono Lake or other natural rivers or lakes, because I watched a documentary on Mozart about how the LADWP dividers diverted so much water, and it created like a desert, and which harmed the Native American tribal lands, the tribal groups, and the environment. And I don't want that to happen. We have to protect natural rivers, our natural lakes, because wildlife and they're gonna suffer the most. And the California should do what it can to water conservation and not to waste water, and I understand that we live in an agricultural state. I understand that, but we must work smartly and work with the Sierra Club and other environmentalists and geologists and experts on how to best protect our water and natural lakes, and to take into account tribal leaders, because they should have a say in this as well. And I yield my balance of my time. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next up, we have Ashley Hernandez, Allison Weber, and Arash Agahi.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Hernandez. I am a resident in Wilmington, California. We're part of the city of LA, and I'm also a staff member with Communities for a Better Environment. My first time going to Mono Lake was when I was around 17 and 18 years old as one of the youth members of our youth program. Since then, I've become a staff and helped lead groups for the last decade to learn about the Mono Basin and learn how they can continue to help save Mono Lake. One of the things that I've learned is that Mono Lake is not just for the birds. It's not just a sanctuary for them, as much as it's a beautiful thing and that we all want to preserve, but it's obviously become such a huge refuge for a lot of people and a lot of community members that want to continue to see the sustainability and the care of this magical place. And so I'm definitely calling in support of the Native groups and the Kootzaduka's and the Mono Lake Committee that have been leading this fight to help divert the water away from Mono Lake. We desperately need to make sure that the water is rising in this place. In the time that I've gone and worked, I've seen how our community residents have grown to deeply love and care about Mono Lake and want to see it be taken care of. And I think our Department of Water and Power, being a publicly owned utility, should listen to a lot of our residents that are being impacted, and want to uplift the fact that there are equity programs that they can really support in ensuring that a lot of folks aren't necessarily being impacted by any kind of water impacts. And so, I just really want to elevate that we need, better programs and opportunities for our residents that LADWP can obviously support. But despite that, we really want to make sure that Mono Lake is taken care of, and that there is a opportunity to look at the longevity of preserving this place and diverting and stop diverting the water from Mono Lake. Thank you so much for the time to speak, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Allison Weber, followed by Arash Agahi, and then Paola de la Cruz Perez.
Hello, my name is Allison Weber. I'm a longtime resident of Mono County, and I'm here today representing not only myself, but Friends of the Inyo, which is a local conservation org that works in both Mono and Inyo counties. I'd like to thank the State Water Board for allowing us to have this workshop and allowing everyone to comment, especially to the staff who've stayed overtime, to really allow everyone to express this really overwhelming support that is here. So thank you for that. Since the 1994 decision, Mono Lake has been touted as a conservation success story across the nation and even by LADWP themselves. But the story is a lot more complicated than that. And we see now that previous allowances for LADWP's diversions were not effective in raising the lake's level, especially with changing climate and drought. All of our members here at Friends of the Inyo keep asking this question of how do we get to this point? And the answer is we just remained at this point. While LADWP blames drought for the low lake level, they ignore the much larger impact of our shared history. Without their historical water extraction, which robbed the lake of half its volume, without their ongoing diversions from this ecosystem today, drought simply would not have the cumulative effects on Mono Lake. LADWP will agree we cannot control drought, and as many people have expressed here today, our climate modeling is still really in its infancy. We don't have the ability to predict the future, but we can control how much water we continue to divert away today. The board knew these hydrological changes were possible, and they anticipated revisions if the lake did not rise in the allotted timeframe. We have long passed those 20 years. Extensions of the deadline made for LADWP stream restoration efforts have passed. And still, the lake has risen only 25% of the way to the mandated level. It is now time to revise. Friends of the Inyo stands with both the Mono Lake Committee as well as the Mono Lake Kootzaduka'a, who are the traditional stewards and ongoing stewards of this land, and their efforts to have long-term stream diversion changes. Mono Lake needs to rise to the healthy and sustainable level that the State Water Board decided on. And in the meantime, it is imperative that Mono Lake and all the life that relies on it not continue to suffer while we re-examine this fate. We urge the State Water Board to act quickly while also giving due consideration to the requests of the Mono Lake Kootzaduka'a in order to put out fires which are actively burning before we develop the management plans for them. Thank you for your time and consideration today, and I hope you have a lovely evening.
Thank you. Next up, we have Arash Agahi, followed by Paola Dela Cruz Perez, followed by Regina Hirsch, and then rounding up the entire set of commenters, Joanne D'Antonio. So with that, let's turn it over to Arash. All right, Arash is not on. Paola?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Great, thanks. Hi, everyone. My name is Paola, and I'm a community member with East Yard Communities for Environmental Justice. We're a community member-led environmental and social justice organization based on Tongva Nation, or so-called Los Angeles. And we have hundreds of community members living across neighborhoods on the east side, Southeast Los Angeles, Long Beach, and surrounding communities. I speak to stand in support with the Mono Lake Committee's request for the California State Water Resources Control Board to immediately issue an emergency regulation to halt the stealing of water diverted from Mono Lake's tributary streams by the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, and to ensure the lake reaches a level of at least 6,384 feet above sea level. We are also in support of the Mono Lake Kootzaduka'a tribe's request that the board respect and center their sovereignty and guidance and allow the tribal beneficial uses designation process to occur before it considers appropriate long-term changes to the orders set forth in D1631. In taking this emergency action, we believe the state board can unite existing and support new community water plans that transition away from the historical practice of stealing water and towards sustainable local water ecosystems. For the past 5 years, East Yard's Water Committee has been actively leading and implementing multi-benefit water infrastructure projects in working class communities of color, including neighborhoods served by LADWP. East Yard wants to continue being a partner in these efforts and challenges LADWP to seek and invest in such projects instead of threatening to steal more water from other regions in the name of keeping faucets on. We acknowledge that we were not here when these systems of harm were created, but we are aware of them now. thanks in part to the advocacy by Native nations and Indigenous relatives. And we hold a sincere responsibility for defending and protecting water. We will fight for water, which is our life, and for what is right. We will fight to stand in community with First Nations. We will fight to ensure the new systems we create do not replace water stealing from Native lands in Mono Lake with a different version of harm. And last and foremost, we are hopeful that through meaningful and intentional collaboration, we can find healthy, equitable solutions. Thank you for allowing me to share.
Thank you. Next up, Regina Hirsch.
Hello, just making sure you can all hear me.
Yes, we can.
Great. Hi. Thanks for your fortitude in this long session. This has been just an amazing commentary on one of our features of California. So thank you for holding a workshop. I am Regina Hirsch with Watershed Progressive, and we work throughout California toward healthy, resilient communities. And I actually live and work right near Mono Lake. I'm really truncating my comments because I wanted to support many of the other comments and also Andy Lipkiss, who brought up that there are additional water measures. There's more water to conserve, about 50 to 70%, through tried and true opportunities. And these can happen in LA. These can happen throughout California, but especially in LA. And the note I wanted to make is these approaches, which again are tried and true, not only help create more water that can stay in the lake, but they're going to create local transformations that are resilient at the community and parcel level that will benefit local climate impacted communities in LA. And those benefits will include flood and fire resilience, shade resilience, and food resilience that we really need. So some of these practices that will actually help support Mono Lake will give us other types of resilience in LA for those community members who need it. So we're here to support all the voices, the Kootzaduka'a, the committee, the flora, fauna, and even the communities who DWP serves. And thanks for your time.
Thank you. And Joanne D'Antonio.
Hi, I'm chair and founder of the Neighborhood Council Sustainability Alliance Trees Committee in Los Angeles, and I serve on the Community Forest Advisory Committee representing my council district. And I am speaking as an individual tonight. I only found out about this meeting this afternoon. I see it's heavily represented in people from the Mono Lake area. And as an environmentalist, I totally understand why you are speaking up for the lake. I worked with somebody with a Save Mono Lake sticker back in 1985. So I know this has been an ongoing problem. On the other hand, I want to also point out that Los Angeles has been conserving. We take extremely short showers. We have restrictors on our shower heads that DWP has given us gratis. At the drought that took place a few years ago, about 4 or 5 years ago, caused us to lose a large number of trees because people stopped watering their yards. And as a result, we have a declining tree canopy. Our bird population is down, and we are also on the Pacific Flyway. So I think we have to work together as a state. I know DWP can be difficult. I used to be the DWP representative from my neighborhood council, not necessarily in support of DWP, but advocating for better DWP policy. So I know there's a lot of work to do. I think Andy Lipkiss had some great suggestions, but they have to become more than suggestions. We need to find a way where DWP is really mandated to do some of these things that would really be game changers. For instance, in other cities, they do curb cuts to parkways so that water goes into the ground rather than draining out to the ocean. I mean, these are simple things that could be done. There's an infrastructure bill, so money can be gotten from it. We have to not just as environmentalists say, take away LA's water, because we have a lot of people here. We're stuck with a large population that is water dependent, that is conserving, as was pointed out, we're using 50% less water than we used in the 40s. But at the same time, we expected to be getting water from our aquifer, and I'm not sure what's holding that up. I don't know what's holding up more recycling, but those are questions that we need to confront as a state, not just about our little localities. We have to find out why the water board is not moving quicker to do some of these creative ideas. And we can't just one day turn off the faucet from Mono Lake and say, okay, tough LA. I mean, we have a lot of needy people here too. And I think that, we also have to have better enforcement of, there are some people who are scofflaws and use too much water, and they need to be enforced with more than just raising their rates. Raising the rates affects low-income people. So we have to figure out how we can, figure out a cooperative so that we save the lake, we save the wildlife, we save LA's wildlife, we save the birds that fly here, and we save the population. And I agree with Glenn Bailey earlier, who said the state is forcing us to take in too many people, do far too much construction. And goodness only knows what the water.
I do need to wrap things up. We're at 4+ minutes, and I appreciate your input and time. It is late in the day.
Finish my sentence. Goodness knows what the Olympics is going to cause here. That was the end of my comment.
Great, thank you. Looks like we do have a few more folks that want to comment, and I want to turn it over jointly. I think Mono Lake Committee as a group wants to comment. We can provide 3 minutes for the group. They're on, and apologies if it's a bit uncertain who I'm calling on. They're not in my list, so I don't have my cheat sheet. I believe it's Kayleen and Greg. Kaylin, sorry.
Oh, hi. Yeah, I am not a part of the Mono Lake Committee.
Okay.
I'm just someone from Lee Vining, but I do want to make a comment if that's okay.
Okay, great.
Okay, cool. So yeah, hi everyone. My name is Kaylin, and I am I'm 21. I lived my entire life in Lee Vining in the Mono Basin, and I graduated from Lee Vining High School in 2019. And so, yeah, I'm just here today because this place means a lot to me. I grew up watching Mono Lake out of my window, from the bus window, driving to school, walking around with my family. I think one of my favorite places in the world is the view from the north shore of the lake, looking out where you can see all the mountains that I grew up looking at and the lake out there too. And so I feel like I probably don't have anything that new to add to the comments that hasn't been said, except that I guess just my perspective as someone growing up in this community that has a lot of surprisingly diverse people coming to it and different needs. I really saw that growing up in the high school and like making friends with people who were very different from myself, whose parents had moved to this area for a lot of different reasons. I think one thing that we actually did have in common was this place and how we all connected to Mono Lake in different ways. So I feel like you've probably heard about the value of Mono Lake being healthy and full for tourism reasons. And a lot of people in this town depend on that for their livelihood. I think you heard about it being valuable and important for cultural reasons for the Mono Lake Kootzaduka'a people. And I think that's really important knowledge that we're lucky to be able to listen to and learn from. And also, of course, for the ecological value for the migratory birds. So yeah, I guess, again, I won't try to, repeat all of those things that I think people who have more expertise in all those things already have said, but just to listen to the diverse and valuable and important perspectives about why this place matters so much, and to listen to what the Mono Lake Committee and what the Mono Lake Kootzaduka'a Tribe are asking for to thank you so much.
Thank you. We do, I think, are at the end of the comments, but we had a couple more, like I said, from Mono Lake Committee. Greg Reese and looks like maybe Peter Vorster are both on. If you could go, Greg, maybe first.
Yes, and I think we each had prepared 2-minute comments, but I can try to do mine in a minute and a half to give them the other half. I'm Greg Reese, Information and Restoration Specialist with the Mono Lake Committee. I've tracked and modeled Mono Lake Basin hydrology and operations for over 25 years. Mono Lake is very sensitive to small changes in the water balance, and those changes accumulate over time. You can't avert a drought emergency once you're in a drought. As Bob Hughes with CDFW showed, only immediate suspension of exports will avert the next drought emergency. And the CEQA analysis already done encompasses a suspension of exports. Appendix H to the 1993 draft Mono Basin EIR contains a drought analysis that shows a starting level of 6389 would be required to stay above 6380 during an 8-year drought. And consistent with Bob Hughes' analysis shared earlier, Appendix H also shows that 6383.6, a starting level there, would not be high enough to keep the lake above 6380 during a 5-year drought with no exports. The draft EIR on page 2-22 also states that the transition period to the 6390-foot alternative equilibrium level would require about 30 years. But once there, it could fall as low as 6383 during an extreme drought. Next year is the 30th anniversary of D1631. Board should begin to apply post-transition rules based on time instead of level at the 30-year mark, with the lake at a level similar to the level in the simulation at the end of an extreme drought, clearly already analyzed under CEQA for the chosen but modified alternative, and clearly within the range of expectations at the time of D1631. And I say modified because the diversion rules were changed for the final D1631 to raise the lake slightly higher than the 6390 alternative in order to adequately address air quality. I also want to quickly point out that according to DAR, our page 3E25, the probability of miromixis is very low when the lake is above 6390 feet. Joe Gell's suggestion to fill the lake slowly has already been tried and keeps the lake at low levels where it stays in a cycle of frequent miromixis. In conclusion, it is reasonable, feasible, and necessary to suspend diversions immediately. No new analysis or modeling is needed. The legal record already has what you need to take immediate action. Thank you for your time.
So
Great, thank you.
I'll just
Peter
jump
Vorster?
in. Yeah,
Great.
I'll jump in. Hi, Peter Vorster, hydrogeographer and consultant to the Mono Lake Committee, and I've worked on Mono Lake and California water management issues for over 45 years. I developed Mono Lake forecast and LA aqueduct operations models, including material models that were prepared for D1631. And that was part of the collaborative modeling effort with DWP using the eStream model that led to the 2013 settlement. Let me just hit 3 or 4 points here. The board has all the material, the data, the models, and the D1631 record, as Greg pointed out. It needs to make an informed decision about revising the stream diversion criteria in an expeditious manner. And the board has access to 2 good, recently updated lake level forecast models that provide similar results for the same hydroclimatic inputs. They're not for, we can't say what the future is, but using the recent climate, we get the same input. So the important point is that the board does not need to devote any time to develop new lake level forecast models. It's not a good use of your time. But contrary to what DWP has suggested, stream diversions have made and will continue to make a significant difference in Mono Lake levels. Every drop does count. As Anselmo Collins showed, those natural terminal lakes, the Great Salt Lake, Walker Lake, they largely are in decline because of upstream diversions, largely because of those upstream diversions. And I just want to say that you know, all models are useful. They can be used to make comparative analysis, but as Dr. Stein said, not for forecasting what Mother Nature is going to do. And one last thing, I just want to give a shout out to the city of Los Angeles, because they've used less water, 20% less water today than in 1994, despite a greater 10% increase in population. So I think we all, you know, LA residents deserve a lot of our love. But when D1631 was issued in 1994, DWP was amid a severe prolonged drought and had gone without monostream diversion for 5 years. And the people stepped up, thanks to local community organizations like Mothers from East LA and funding from the state secured by the committee. DWP became a leader in water efficiency and embarked on programs to maximize local supplies that continue at a much larger scale today. They did it in droughts in the past, and I'm confident they can do it today. So time is of the essence. As you know, one thing we know for sure, any water that leaves the Mono, is diverted out of the Mono Basin, will mean it'll take longer to get to 6392. Please don't wait any longer to make a difference for Mono Lake. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. At this time, that does conclude the list of commenters that we have, but we do, you know, we are here and we do have the opportunity, if there are folks that are attending that still would like to make a short comment, we ask that you quickly raise your hand. We'll give people maybe a moment for doing that. Basically, anyone else that would like to add a comment or weigh in, and pause again for about 30 seconds. I don't see any hands up right now. As we wait and see if anyone else comes online, I just want to take a moment to first off say thank you to everybody who participated. You know, we had, I don't know how many people are looking at the number of attendees. We peaked at about 362, 365, which is a tremendous number of participants. We're still at over 160, even at, you know, hour 5 of the workshop. And I think that's a testament to the interest, the role that Mono Lake plays in everyone's lives, whether it's water supply for the people of Los Angeles, the ecosystem, the environment, and just the public trust that it does provide to all of California. It means a lot to a lot of people, and we really do value the input and comments that we've received so far. I think there's a natural question about what are next steps. We do have open written comments to about, not about, March 17th at 4 p.m. And so if you do have additional written comments, please email them to monolake@waterboards.ca.gov. Just to note, as of this morning, we were at 885 written comments. It's not a record, but it's a very high number, and it's significantly above where we are. So again, thank you, everybody. We'll be taking those comments. Once we do have that public comment period closed, we'll take the information that we've gotten. We'll take a look at what potential next steps are. We may ask some follow-up questions. We may reach out to both those that have commented. We may reach out to some of the letter writers that we've gotten. We may ask for some additional questions, but sometime after that, I can't provide a specific timeline. I can't provide a clear next set of events at this time, but we will take a subsequent action and a subsequent step. What that means is undefined. I just want to be very clear. And it's not the end of the story by any means. I think it's the start of a future conversation and a longer conversation on Mono Lake. And so with that, not seeing any other additional questions, we'll wrap things up for the day. Again, huge thank you and appreciate your time and willingness to participate in our event today. Thank you.